It's been 12 months since acquittal, and so much has passed us by. Such a scattering with evidence, and some blatant flat-out lies. There's a special new prosector, and Hank Breeden is his name. He is a dirty Boston lawyer, and his arguments are lame. He's trying to squash all of our experts, as he has no case to claim. He should have won an Oscar medal to convince the court he's sane. He can lie without a conscience and keep that smirk upon his face. I bet he wears those silky undies, the ones with that jean made of lace. And Judge Beverly Academy is so biased for the state, is wading through 100 motions in a rush to seal my fate. So you can bring in Massachusetts, cause we all ain't got no quit. And we all know that the truth is my car is not the thing John hit.
Good morning, y'all. I'm sorry again. Do you know, there is so many more buttons that you have to push when you become monetized. Like, I'm talking a shit ton. I know that's a 20th century problem, but, you know, hey. So, Lordy B, who watched it, and I'll apologize now because I'm going to go back and just put a massive big beep for the second half of yesterday's trial. Because I had some opinions, and I actually went in halfway through and demonetized the stream myself. So yeah, there was that. Hey Bri, how you doing, darling? Have you count how many days you've been married now? Counting down or counting up? Has it been a week or two yet? Good morning, Snow White. Welcome. Yes, we do watch this channel, and we do have a lot of fun. And I'm in Australia, as I said, so it's like 11:15 at night for me. So I stream pretty much all night. So if I'm a few minutes late, you're just going to have to put up with it. Sorry. It is what it is. Morning, Griffey. How are you? Yes, day 6. The 6 is my lucky number. So I'm hoping that today is a lot better than yesterday because, yeah, I'm just going to have to, I'm going to have to go back and, like, remove the actual audio component and just restream the actual trial because that was terrible. And what I wasn't yelling into the microphone, I was slamming into the keyboard on chat, and then I actually had to take myself off the screen. Even the avatar, I could not listen to another word. That man. Well, actually, no, he's not a man, not at all, not even close. Men don't behave like that. That was disgusting. It was absolutely despicable. So, yes, I had some opinions to share quite loudly. But hey, he deserved it. So if you don't know what I'm talking about the second voir dire, because we did have one last year. Adam Rowley did a voir dire on the ARCA witnesses. But Hank Brennan, he's got a special bee in his bonnet for the ARCAs because they are the epitome of what stands between success and failure, pretty much. They are his biggest threat by far. They can shoot his entire case to the ground, one fell swoop, just the two of them. And the stupid questions he was asking, the tone, the derogatory, like talking to him like he is an idiot. Now, this man is a biomechanical engineer. Like, man, it would have taken him longer to read through his resume than it did for the voir dire, and that nearly went for 2 hours. So, like, Hank, fuck a big fat one, really. And there is no competition as far as the dick swinging goes. Simple as that. And they only end up having, I think, 10 minutes for Wrench, so he got off easy. But poor Daniel Wolf got absolutely hammered by this attitude. He ended up yelling. He was yelling. But he handled himself very, very well, unlike myself. And yeah. I'm pretty sure there was quite a few different opinions out there on the interwebs today. Haven't had a chance to see them though. All right, so day 6. I've had Tan here all afternoon. We've been trying to find the actual, because we're in Australia, we can't get in. We can get into the court, like the Massachusetts court clerk, but we can't actually click into like the daily dockets and stuff. So for us to find out what witnesses are up for the day or what's happening, it won't allow us. So she spent half of the day trying to work out a VPN, and then she said, if only we had a Pacer account. I'm like, I've got a Pacer account. I just haven't registered yet. I've got she goes, no, but you need one of those PIN numbers they send you in the mail. I'm like, yeah, I got that. So she's just about punched me in the face. And then she's been playing around with that because it won't accept our postal addresses or our post codes or something. Poor bugger. She's been banging her head against the wall. So hopefully that's exactly what Hank did when he went home last night. He knocked some sense into himself. We'll soon find out. Let's get to it. And that's the wrong one. Nope, that's the wrong one too. I don't know where Mr. Dan is either. I hope he's okay. I haven't, I actually haven't even been on to, I haven't had a chance to look on Discord or anything. So once I've set this up and got this going, I shall go hunting. I'll be hunting rabbits. And there's no Tricia. There's no Elizabeth. Oh, I know. Her Udahef and Elizabeth were babbling on Discord last night. They probably we stayed up. I'm sick of talking about Karen Reid, which I'm sure is not really going to be something unusual for the next 6 weeks. All right, I think that's better. You can at least see the screen now. Yay! Right. We have fan. Only fan. Oh, nope. Oh, we got Whiffin again. I bet you. Hear ye! I bet you Bev didn't give Brennan a bollocking this morning when she came in, did she? No. Why would you do that?
Independent research or investigation.
No noise.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads.
Good morning, Canada's Dark Horse History. That's all I'm going to say.
Instructions, I'll explain to you what a stipulation is.
That's okay. I was late too.
Really is just
so you're forgiven. Everyone who's late is forgiven here because it's my body does not do what my brain says a lot of the time. So shit happens. L, that's what I'm looking for. We don't need the stipulations. But thank you for coming and welcome. What was that? Just writing a song. Oh, cool. Awesome. Well, when I I've forgotten his new name. It was Udahef. It's now something by Brian. I'll point him out to you, Canada. He also is a songwriter and plays the guitar, and I think is it the ukulele as well, or the banjo or something. Banjo. I'll hook you up. All right, let me check Discord.
Good morning.
So you're still under oath. Thank you.
So we on cross, aren't we?
All right, Mr. Lessie, you all set?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oops. Oh, I pressed the wrong one. I pressed the button. I went to move the, the CC thingy. Oh, there we go.
Your Honor, if I may address the court.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan and I have agreed, as we did yesterday, to stipulate into evidence
You mean he agreed to
portions
something?
of Mr. Whiffin's March 2025
Right.
report. So if I could have it marked.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 43.
This is 6, yeah.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Whiffin,
Good morning.
and welcome back.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Whiffin, I just handed you, which is in evidence as Exhibit 43. And this is a portion of your March 2025 report. If you could just take a moment to look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to do that, I'd ask you to turn to page 28.
Okay.
And just, if you could, sir, just pick up your head and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You ready, Mr. Whiffin?
I am.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is to, with your honor's permission, is to publish pages 28, 29, and 30 and start with page 28.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf? And if you could enlarge the text down below as much as you can so the jury can see it. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So, Mr. Whiffin, this summary section of your report is a summary of the location section that you wrote in your March 2025 report, correct?
That's correct.
And it states the location data on this device contains a vast number of records while traveling between 12/19/33 and 12/24/38. These records all have a high horizontal accuracy value as well as bearing and speed information which conforms to the streets being traveled. Next paragraph. The device arrived outside 34 Fairview at 12:24:38, where it remained static for about 30 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did I read that correctly?
Sorry, yes, you did.
Yeah, so at the end of it says, show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
I would like you to, Mr. Wilk, if we could switch back to the timeline of Mr. Whiffin that we had published yesterday in Deck. '79. Mr. Whiffin, if you could please, we just read that portion of your report that says at 25:30 the device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you put that in your timeline?
I did not.
It's kind of important information, isn't it?
I believe with the declining accuracy, the value that those records provided was more limited.
But it was important enough for you to write it in your report, but you didn't put it in the timeline,
Thanks,
correct?
Chief Tuppence. You're awesome.
Now, if you could continue on your report, page 29.
Would you like a double
Mr.
wrench?
Wolf, if we could put, and we're going to be flipping back and forth between the timeline in your report.
Okay.
If we could go to page 29, enlarge it, the text, so the jury is able to read it along with us. We're going to start from the top. So the next says, from the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move towards the house. However, since the bearing information appears to be based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So the first part is, again, a statement that the device has started to move toward the house. Now, if we could go to the next paragraph. This location data is immediately followed by 12 minutes of low accuracy records, which offer no reliable location information. So I just want to make sure I've got the time period here right. The 12 minutes is from 12:25, correct?
Yes.
And so 12:25 plus 12 is 12:37. So the range we're talking about here is from 12:25 through 12:37, correct?
Correct.
Ta-da! Red star, red star. Oh,
Then, if we could go to,
Was that-
Mr. Wolk, please, back to the timeline, slide 80.
yeah, it looks like a. How did that happen? I wrenched you on my channel. Does that unwrench you on Dan's channel? Well, I'll go back and put it back on.
82.
Don't play with things, Jody. Yeah, no, I've got your. Dear.
So I want to discuss with you the very top entry, health 1231
Oh, I know.
56,
Maybe because
where you have the entry start of health
it's back again.
event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and yesterday
Thank
we
you.
agreed 25 meters is approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
And that is what you have in the timeline. Let's understand what that means. At that time period, 12/31/56, do you recall writing in a March 2025 report that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds?
Related to the location data, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, if we could, Mr. Wolk, go back to page 29 of the report.
I'm going to put this 1.25 because Alessi speaks so slow.
So what I want to do is go back to that
I need
paragraph
to
up
catch
the
up.
top from the combination of the device.
Look, that just sounds normal now.
From the combination of device location and bearing,
Oh,
it does
shit.
appear that the device started to move toward the house. However, since the bearing information appears based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually
Okay,
moved. So
that's
you're talking about
sorry.
difficulty saying with certainty, correct?
Correct.
But it is certainly possible that the device was at that location and was moving toward the house. That's possible, correct?
Based on location data, yes.
Now what I'd like to do, please, is to go stay on that report. And the third paragraph says, the reason for such low accuracy location data at this time is not known, as there are many possible reasons why the accuracy was be reduced. There's a little grammar issue there, but
Correct.
in fairness to you, sir, we do that when we write long reports. But I think that your intention here is, why the accuracy is reduced at this point, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Thank you. This could include reasons such as the device entered a building covered area, the result of weather conditions, geography, poor connectivity, or interference, to name a few. So those are the reasons you gave, which could contribute to some low accuracy, correct?
Correct.
And interesting, the very first reason you gave is that the device could be entering a building or covered area. And that phraseology could include a house, correct?
Correct.
It could include a garage attached to the house, correct?
Correct.
And it could include the house at 34 Fairview, and it could include the garage attached to the house at 34 Fairview, because both of those are buildings or covered areas, correct?
Correct.
Then you go on in the next paragraph to say it is known that the device was not being used at this time. It is this time that include that 12:37, 12-minute range, 12:25 to 12:37.
Yes, it was not being used for location purposes.
Right. So that's another reason why, right, the accuracy could be a little bit on the lower side.
Correct.
Now, the next paragraph says, at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher, and that's relative to what it was recording before. It's not that it's high, but it's higher than what it was just moments before.
Correct.
The data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside. Although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown in the map below in white. So let's go down and look at what you had in your report for the area in white. In the area in white that you're referring to, there are two white circles, the largest one there. This, in fact, was a depiction that you included in your report on page 29, correct?
Correct.
Interesting and notable you did not include that depiction in your timeline that you discussed with the jury yesterday, did you?
I did not know.
But it was important enough for you to put that depiction in your report, correct?
Correct.
And notably, the larger white circle covers a substantial amount of the house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
So, given your testimony on direct yesterday with Attorney Brennan, the phone of John O'Keefe, according to this depiction, could be anywhere within the largest white circle, correct?
Correct.
And this depiction was not offered by you or the Commonwealth in your presentation to the jury yesterday, correct?
Correct. Not in the PowerPoint.
Now, if we could go back, Mr. Wolk, to page 29 of your report, into the text, and if we can enlarge the text just a little bit, please, for the jury, Mr. Wolk. So the paragraph that begins with at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher accuracy information again, the data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside, although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown on the map in white below. And I repeated that just to connect this part of the text to that diagram with a big white circle. Have I done that correctly?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, sir. The next paragraph. Over the next few hours, the GPS coordinate and the associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
And therefore, over the next few hours, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
The next paragraph. Well, we'll stop there for a moment, and I would like to, Mr. Will, go down, scroll, please, to that diagram that's right below that text again. Yesterday, you discussed the Waze application with Ms. Attorney Brennan, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that Waze location data is more accurate than the data that comes from the Apple apps like health data and location, correct?
Incorrect, no.
I'm sorry. Is Waze location data, in your view, accurate location data?
There isn't really a thing such as Waze location data.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Waze location data doesn't really exist. Waze is requesting location data from location services, and location services would respond with high accuracy information.
Okay, I appreciate that correction. So, when someone is using a Waze application, is the information they get through that Waze app accurate?
It tries to be accurate, yes.
And as a general matter, is the Waze application more accurate than the Apple information regarding location?
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing because it's coming essentially from the same source, correct?
Yes, Apple provides that information to Waze.
Right. So you had testified yesterday that at a certain point, the Waze application ceased functioning, correct?
Correct.
But just because it ceased functioning, the Waze, the Apple applications were still taking effect, and that's why you could make this depiction on this item that is on the screen now, correct?
Correct.
If we could, Mr. Wolk, go to page 30. What I'd like to highlight, please, is the text. So if we can enlarge it up at the top. So you then state, while location data from this data source, cache SQLite, is usually able to identify the location of the device with a high degree of accuracy and reliability, these records are so close that making a distinction between the device's actual location on the front garden is impossible, correct?
Correct.
Your words, impossible.
Correct.
Did you provide any of the information in that paragraph in your timeline or to the jury in your direct testimony yesterday?
Not in the PowerPoint, no.
Next paragraph. If the location records are limited to just the records between 0025, which is 12:25, and 6 a.m. and with an accuracy radius of 10 meters or less, there are 46 records, all of which fall within the red circle shown below. Go ahead, Mr. Wolk, if you could scroll down. And that is the only depiction there that you included in your timeline yesterday, correct?
Correct.
So you took one of two depictions in your summary of the location, this one, in terms of your timeline presentation, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the timeline, and Mr. Wolk, if we could go back to the previous with the other depiction. It's on page 29. If we could enlarge that depiction, please. So you testified that the flagpole in the fire hydrant are more down toward the small black circle. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And yesterday, you rendered an opinion that you believed that the phone was mostly in the location by the flagpole in the fire hydrant, correct?
Objection. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar comment, please.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. If we could dim the lights again, please. Thank you. So if we can enlarge that depiction. So yesterday, Mr. Whiffin, you focused your testimony and your opinions on the smaller black circle, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't discuss at all or disclose at all this depiction, and therefore didn't discuss or disclose at all the larger white circle, correct?
Not when discussing my overall opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
So the answer
Is no.
right. So the fair way to interpret, and this is what you put in your report, this is your depiction, is that, and based upon what you said yesterday, the phone could be at the very edge of the top of the circle, correct?
Correct.
And the phone could also be at any point, so you can, in theory, put a phone anywhere around the very edges of that entire circle, correct?
There's caveats to that, but yes.
Well, I'm just asking
Yes.
you that according to your testimony yesterday in this depiction, the phone could be anywhere in that location
Yes.
within the area of that white circle.
Correct.
I would like to now go back to the timeline, Mr. Wolf, where we had left off, which is slide 82. And at the very top entry, you have health, time 31:56, and then the description, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and we agreed about 84 feet. And this is where the device began moving toward the house for a period of 20 seconds. Is that correct?
It's the time that 36 steps started to be recorded. I've got no idea of the direction of travel.
I want to focus on the time, 12:31:56. Are you aware that a firm called Aperture, on behalf of the Commonwealth, has submitted a report that states that there was a trigger event at 12:31:56 that they refer to as the supposed collision? Are you aware of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
I recall seeing a
So you
report.
don't know.
Sorry.
You don't have to answer
Sorry,
that.
apologies.
And that's okay.
Mr. Whiffin, are you familiar with a firm called Aperture?
I'm vaguely aware of them. I've heard of them once.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Dr. Judson Welcher?
I'm not, no.
But you're familiar with the firm Aperture.
I am.
And do you know that the Aperture firm is working on this case?
That's the only reason I'm aware of this company.
Right. And do you know that the Aperture firm has used your data in your report? Do you know that?
I believe I saw something about that.
Do you believe you saw something, or do you know that they've used your data for a report in this matter?
I recall seeing a report. I don't recall whether it was my data that was being referenced.
Do you recall seeing a report from Aperture?
I do.
So you reviewed a report from Aperture.
Several months ago, yes.
And did you read the whole report?
It was a PowerPoint presentation, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, I reviewed it.
And you recall reading that entire PowerPoint presentation?
I don't recall what it said, but I remember reading through it.
Fair enough. Do you remember, as you sit here today, reading about a trigger of number 1162-2. Do you recall reading that?
I recall seeing reference to a trigger event.
What did you understand the Aperture firm that's retained by the Commonwealth, what do you understand they meant by trigger 1162-2? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall the specific slide that discussed a trigger? Objection.
Do you recall that, Mr. Whiffin?
Very vaguely.
Would it help your recollection if I showed you a slide from that report that you said you reviewed to refresh your recollection? Objection.
All right, so why don't I see counsel at sidebar? Bring that with you,
My
Mr.
God.
Leslie, please.
Sorry. I won't be a second. Physical and Right. Sidebar. Oh my God. I suppose a sidebar is preferable to. Computer is not good today.
Mayor, Your Honor.
You can approach.
Thank you. Mr. Whiffin, I'm handing you this. I'm handing you this document.
Thank you.
May I stand by the witness?
Sure.
Tell me when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at that.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Whiffin, does that refresh your recollection with regard to an aperture report that discusses a trigger of 1162.2?
It does. Thank you.
Pardon me?
It does. Thank you.
And how does it refresh your recollection?
I remember seeing that several months ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. There's a blower on here that I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Whiffin. If you, sir, could bring the mic, it's not your fault. If you could bring it and speak a little louder, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I recall seeing that as part of the report that I read 2 months ago.
And you recall the time of 12:31:38 now, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back to your timeline.
Hey, Simmy. How you going, darling? I'm trying to find Dan. I can't find him anywhere.
82.
If anyone can reach out to him if they have another form of contact other than I've only got Discord and email and here. I don't know where he is. Hopefully he's had a big dinner and he's fallen asleep on the couch and his hands are down his pants, but I don't know where he is. I don't know. I'm just a bit worried. Alrighty.
So you just
Thank
spoke
you.
about
Lovely.
a trigger 1162.2 associated with a time of 12:31:38, and we are now at the timeline of 12:31:56, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
We are now going back to the timeline, deck 82, and you see up at the top where it says health 31:56. You see that, sir?
I do.
And then it says start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, which we have said is 84 feet or so. And this is when the device begins moving, correct?
Correct.
And that is after the trigger of 1162.2, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's go to the next entry on the timeline, which is 12:32:03. You see that? That's Doppler.
I do.
And then you state pocket state cleared. Is the phone at that time in a pocket?
It's impossible for me to say. I can say that the camera was blocked, but I don't know what was blocking it.
You're saying at this point the camera is blocked?
It had been blocked, and at that point, it became unblocked.
So at this point, it became unblocked from a previous block status, correct?
Yes.
Does there have to be some human manipulation of the phone at 12:32:03 for that to happen?
Technically not. There are scenarios that wouldn't require it.
Is it more likely than not that there had to have been some human contact in action for this pocket state clearing event to occur?
Yes.
123204 is the next. It's a type unlock. Device unlock with Face ID. You see that, sir?
I do.
Is there some human action that has to occur for the device to unlock with Face ID?
Typically, you must be paying attention to the phone.
Sorry, sir?
You must be paying attention to the phone, assuming that that setting's enabled.
So someone had to be looking at the phone.
Yes.
At 123205, application focus. What does that mean?
That the messages application was at the foreground of the device being used.
Next entry, 123206. We discussed this. It says read message pull behind me. And that is associated with a Jen McCabe. It's the Jen McCabe message of 3147, correct?
Correct.
And does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
The message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read.
Next entry, app lock, 123209, end application focuses messages, and then it says device locked with lock button for the last time. That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires somebody to take the cell phone and press the side button to do that, correct?
It does, yes.
So there has to be some degree of coordination for that to occur, for a human to be able to have something that hits that button, correct?
Certainly, yes.
Do you understand what the term fine motor skill means? Do you
Yes.
understand that? And would that person have to be using fine motor skills to do that?
Yes.
Next entry, 123216. End of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, again, 84 feet. That is in your timeline because that's when you believe the end of the health event, the end of the 36 steps occurred, correct?
That is the time that the device data shows the end of the health event, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. I have a moment, Your Honor. Yes. This guy, can you imagine the dinner conversations you would have with him? They would just, you would just be scoffing.
Do you need the light, Mr. Alessi?
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you,
Could
Your
we have
Honor.
the lights, please, Dave?
She's got the nicest voice, but she can be a real shunt. Just saying. Just saying.
Do you recall writing in your March 2025 report the following? The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between
12:32.
12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 25.4 meters, again, that 84 feet, according to healthdbsecure.db. Do you recall writing that?
I do.
And you used in your report 36 steps were recorded covering a distance of 25.4 meters or 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
Do you know a trooper named Nicholas Garino?
I'm aware of him, yes.
Are you a little more than aware of him? You've worked with him on this case, haven't you?
He sent me some of the files related to it, but Further than that, I've got no relationship with him.
But isn't someone sending you files on a case you're working on, working with the person? Isn't that a fair conclusion?
It could be.
Do you recall reading any reports of Nicholas Garino?
I don't recall reading a report by Nick.
Does that mean you didn't read it, or you just don't recall reading it?
I honestly can't remember if I did or not. I remember some of the reports that I read for this case. I don't recall if one was by Nick.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a portion of his report to determine whether you would have read it?
Please.
Thank you. Moment, Your Honor, please.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Show Mr. Brennan.
Yes.
Absolutely. Fucking nothing. I don't know what's going on. It's like it's like I'm in an alternate universe. Nobody's here. Not even Dan. I can't find him anywhere. I've tried Discord. I've tried email. I don't know. I hope he's okay. So, if anyone else knows another way to contact him, can you just get him to reach out to me? Just to let me know that he's okay. That's all. That's all I want. And how are you? Are you good? Did you have good chitty chats with the girlies last night on Discord? Yeah, this is just killing time, I think. This is just bores me. I would rather watch grass grow. Just this thing, I didn't get much sleep last night. I got
Mr. Whiffin,
Thank you.
fired up.
and may I stand by the witness, Your Honor? Thank you. I am providing you with a document, and I would ask if that refreshes your recollection.
No, he's in Wales.
Whether you've read a report.
No traffic up
of
there. There's a lot of sheep.
Mr. Garino.
A report or this report?
This report. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Might reach out to Mandy actually.
I don't recall ever seeing this report.
Yes, I have family in Wales. Not far from where Dan is actually.
Have you ever had any conversations with Trooper Nicholas Garino?
Very briefly.
But you had, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Did Trooper Garino tell you that he measured the distance from the flagpole to the front door and it was 72 feet? Did he ever tell you that? Get to the phone.
Sustained.
Did you ever have a conversation with Trooper Nick Garino about the distance from the flagpole to the front door of 34 Fairview?
Maybe.
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 So Is it maybe then you had a conversation with him in which he stated to you that that distance is 72 feet?
It's maybe.
So if we go back to what we were discussing earlier about the steps and the distance covered, and this is in your report of March 2025, where we've talked about this, and it's the final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Is this the correct slide?
No, it's not.
So let's take it
Yeah,
down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me start that over. The final health activity of note on John's phone could be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 5.4 meters, or 84 feet. 84 feet is greater than 72 feet, correct?
Correct.
So if the distance from the flagpole to the front of the house is 72 feet, and your report notes steps, 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet, that would put those steps within the house, correct?
It would.
Let's continue on with the timeline. Deck 83. We now have Doppler 1233:14, and then Doppler pocket state. Do you recall in your report adding a word to this, that your report said pocket state detected? Do you recall writing that?
More than likely, yes.
I've never heard of
But
that.
the
Ever.
detected word is not on that slide, is it?
It's not, no.
What does pocket state detected mean?
There was an active check by the Doppler function, and it detected that it was in a pocket state.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
To switch? Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you need this slide up there, Mr. Alessi?
I was just going to check that. I think the answer is going to be no, Your Honor. I would now like to change gears a bit and go to temperature with an iPhone. You recall that discussion in your direct testimony?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Wilk, if we could please have the slide deck, but a different page, slide 60. And just tee it up, but please don't put it on the screen yet. iPhones don't record ambient or the environmental temperature where the phone may be at any given time, correct?
Correct.
But the iPhones, including the iPhone of John O'Keefe, log the temperature of the battery inside of it, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that function, examiners and folks like you can use the battery temperature of an iPhone to identify increases or decreases in temperature within the environment that the iPhone is physically located in. True?
I believe so, yes.
And that's right out of your report, right? Your March 2025 report makes that very statement, correct?
Yes.
The battery temperature of an iPhone generally matches the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, correct?
From my testing, yes.
And when an iPhone is in a lock state with little activity occurring on the device, the battery temperature is heavily affected by the ambient temperature in the environment, again, matching the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, right?
Correct.
And what I just read is right out of your March 2025 report, correct?
It sounds like it is, yes.
And you actually established this in various temperature testing and test scenarios in your March.
Go back up the chat because Canada, where was it? Canada's Dark Haunted History. I said I would hook you guys up. So, because it sounds like you might have something in common. There you go. Just put it out there. Canada, this is the gentleman I was talking about. Okay? Come back and watch it. Get his people to talk to your people and vice versa.
March 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Let's discuss those two tests.
Oh. So did anyone actually see my rage short regarding Hank Brennan yesterday? Oops. Oops. Might have gone like this. Oops.
Objection, dipshit.
Hopefully he didn't get onto X because, yeah, I actually demonetized my own stream yesterday. I'm going to go back and just cut out that entire section and just replay it with no commentary. Re-record it. What about my longs? You watch my longs? The short longs, my long shorts.
You had
Check this out.
an appendix to your report
If you can see it.
that discussed
Ah.
two test scenarios with regard to temperature, correct?
Correct.
Can I just
Sorry.
ask, I'm sorry, Mr. Whiffin, do you have your report with you, sir?
I don't have a copy in front of me.
I'd be happy to provide him with a copy of his report so we can have him follow along.
I think that's
Hands.
great. Thank you.
Okay.
It's normally on my
Would
hand
that be
on the
helpful,
mouse.
Mr. Whiffin?
Very, thank you.
Yes.
Cheeky boy. He's got his own map.
Yeah, you're
Right beside me when he sleeps on my diary. The book that I need.
Mr. Whiffin, feel
My
free
Bible.
at any time to reference that report.
Thank you.
And if you could, turn to page 77.
Okay.
So, are you ready, sir?
I am, yes.
Thank
No,
you.
but yeah.
So let's look at test scenario 1. Test scenario 1 you took an iPhone, if I'm remembering correctly, same model as John O'Keefe's?
I believe John O'Keefe's was iPhone 11. I used an iPhone 10.
But sufficiently
Very similar.
similar for purposes of this experiment?
Correct.
Or this test?
Same iOS version.
Yes. So it's the same
Oh, you can let
iOS
him have
version, the
mine?
software inside the phone, just a different model.
Yes,
And it's the software that's important for this test, correct?
I believe so.
So you state that you placed the iPhone inside a freezer, correct?
Correct.
It's had a freezer.
And now if we could, Mr. Woke, if we can put that, do we have that in would be page 77? And if we could enlarge that chart, please. Enlarge it just a little bit more. We're not concerned with the text at this point. So we can just get the chart as large as possible. Thank you. Thank you. So what I'd like to do is focus on January 29th. Excuse me. This is your experiment. When did you do test scenario 1, approximately, the date?
This is a good question. It was sometime probably in December last year.
I'm sorry.
In December last year, I believe.
December 2024.
Correct.
So
Yes,
what
I
you
did.
Here was you,
And
you
he's
took the
still there.
phone, you put it inside a freezer. What was the temperature of the freezer?
I actually don't know.
But it was a freezer.
It was freezing.
Yeah.
Yes.
It
At
was
least
sort
you
of
know.
just regular freezer that everybody
A
has.
regular chest
Nothing
freezer.
special about
No.
it.
At least you know.
Let's
I'm not
look at
bullshit.
some of the data
And
that you
make sure you hit that subscribe. Do it. Do you told.
you have from this.
I need to actually get another camera that works and have
Let's
kitty
start
cam.
at
Kitty cam.
the 1710 time frame,
Yep.
where it's placed in the freezer and you've got, and we're going to go with Fahrenheit, if that's okay
Oh,
with you.
Of
Lord.
course, yes.
Thank you. 73.4 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Is what?
And then if
Come on,
you go
Edith, which
all the
one?
way down to the 1725, which would be 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Can you state what the drop in temperature is of the battery temperature in just 15 minutes in a freezer?
Approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it drops 50 degrees Fahrenheit in just 15 minutes.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that if you do the math,
Westpac Bank just told me to remove inappropriate language. Fuck you.
that's
Should have seen me
about
last night.
a little over 3.5 degrees per minute? And if Your Honor, if he wants to use a calculator, or just accept my estimate, whatever Your Honor thinks is appropriate.
However you can answer the question, Mr.
I'm happy to accept your answer. That's fine.
Let me just make sure. If I have a moment, Your Honor.
Done. Yes. The
3.33, would that sound fair, sir?
yesterday
That sounds
got
fair.
under my
So
skin.
it's about 3.3 degrees Fahrenheit per minute drop, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next page of your report, page 78, where test scenario 2. And in test scenario 2, you took the same phone with the same software and you placed it outside at a temperature of 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
And
Can I fast forward him now?
we could enlarge that, please, Mr. Wolf.
Why am I asking?
And if you could just
A little bit.
scroll up, well, just if you just leave it there, it's fine.
There we go.
So if we take the time that we start out with a control temperature, and then we've got a battery temperature at.
Did you see much blowout on YouTube at all today? It have. I haven't had a chance to stop it. I haven't had a chance to even have a look, but I'm sure there is quite a bit of opinion out there after yesterday's bollocks, basically.
902, and this is the battery temperature of the iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And we've got 66.2 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to call that a baseline for purposes of what this chart is?
The device had already been outside for 2 minutes at that point, but yes.
Okay, so we'll just refer to 66.2. And then if we go from 902 down to 9:15, a period of 13 minutes, correct?
Correct.
I mean,
So at
barely even yawned then.
3.8 degrees and 13 minutes, what is the drop in temperature in degrees? What's the drop?
Sorry, between the 902 and the 915?
Right. So does it go from 66.2 to 35.6?
It does.
And sir, so I don't have to have you do a math on the fly. I've calculated it, that drop at 30.6. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct, yes.
So you got a drop of 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes at an outside temperature of 33.8, correct?
Correct.
We're going to come back to this, but what I'd like to do is to compare these two test scenarios. The one we just saw at 33 degrees Fahrenheit, where it dropped 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes, again, at an outdoor temperature of 33.8, and then test scenario one in a freezer, where it dropped 61.2 degrees in just 15 minutes. Now let's go to the slide 60, which was in your slide presentation yesterday, of what you stated was the temperature change in the iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. You with me, sir?
Yep.
Thank you. So if we start out at 12:13, we see a battery temperature of 82 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Then it drops a little bit to 77, a little bit to 72. And what I want to focus on is keeping the starting point for my questions here at the 12:37 time period on the morning of January 29th. And that's 72 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So if you take the time period from 12:37 to 12:53, that's a 15-minute interval, correct?
Correct.
The phone only drops 11 degrees Fahrenheit in 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
If you then go to 12:37 and give it a little bit more time, down to 1:36 a.m., the temperature, and that's just about an hour, right?
Correct.
And the temperature drops from 72 to 50, only 22-degree drop in an hour, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you compare this chart in the drop in temperature, for example, 12:37, 12:53, in 15 minutes, it's only dropping 11 degrees, to your experiments, where with the first scenario with the freezer, it dropped 50 degrees in a 15-minute period. Is it correct to say that there was a much more dramatic drop in temperature in your test scenario 1 than what actually occurred on John O'Keefe's phone for the time period we just covered in January 29th?
Yes.
And then with regard to even test scenario 2, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees, that's the ambient, the outdoor temperature, right? At that temperature, just above freezing, you've got a...
Sorry, it's below freezing.
I'm sorry?
It's below freezing.
What is freezing in Fahrenheit?
Don't know, but it's 0 degrees Celsius,
Right.
and it was -5 degrees Celsius at the time.
Right, but would you agree that, and I want to be fair to you because I know you use Celsius more
Yes.
than Americans who use Fahrenheit, but would you agree that 32 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing point in Fahrenheit?
I honestly wouldn't know.
Okay, fair enough. So in any event, in your experiment at 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, you're getting a drop in your experiment in 13 minutes of 30.6 degrees, right?
Correct.
But much less drop in temperature on slide deck 60 of the actual iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January
Are you
29th,
sure?
correct?
Yes, correct.
I was pretty scary.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Don't you think that that would be an important piece of information in analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
So you didn't think
Really?
it was important,
Where that phone was.
even though you issued a report discussing the temperature of the iPhone, and you did 2 test scenarios, one in a freezer, one in an ambient temperature of slightly above 33 degrees.
I didn't even
And you
check
didn't
if
think
there
it
was an
important to take
additional
the final step to see whether there
special
was
edition.
anything to be gained from that comparison to determine where that phone was located?
My testing proved that the battery temperature is affected by ambient temperature. My report
Really
shows the
related.
data that was on the device. I also don't know the condition that the phone was found in, whether it was in a case, whether it was in a pocket. So to me, the ambient temperature in Canton at the time wasn't particularly relevant. I just wanted to show
I will laugh.
what data the device had recorded.
The information that you create from your digital forensics analysis, including everything that's in the slide in
What?
your report, including battery.
What?
You want to say, sir?
There was nobody. Hey, was there other people in chat? I thought it was just me. I nearly beat the keys off the keyboard with my fingers and like broke a couple of them. All those people I mentioned. Oh shit, who did I mention? Oh God, who did I mention in my rage? My rage stream, my first rage stream. Well, it was called for. Yes, Slay Queen, really. I'd like to see your receipts.
I'll go back to the question. In digital.
Are they all on the stream? Really? Did they all pop in during my rage? Oh, crap. Maybe I should go back and check the comments.
Forensics, you work with law enforcement often, correct?
Correct.
And you work in law enforcement in investigating cases, do you not?
Yes.
Holy crap.
And so oftentimes, the law enforcement is using
Just
your
can't
digital forensics information to help them solve cases, correct?
Correct.
You didn't suggest to anybody on law enforcement that they might want to take a look at this temperature information to assist in determining where this phone could have
Yes.
been by the temperature?
Yes.
You never raised that with them?
I did not.
And do you
Yes.
know whether any law enforcement person was aware that you had done all this temperature analysis?
It was in my report.
So you create a report as part of this
God,
case,
the time has come. Yeah.
and you deem the temperature important enough to do
Stop
2
it.
test scenarios,
Stop it.
important enough to put it in a slide presentation to this jury. Yet there's no discussion of that between you and any member of law enforcement as to what it means?
The details were provided in my report, and there was discussions, but it never came up as to say what was the temperature in Canton that night.
Oh, so there were discussions.
Not with law enforcement.
Oh,
There was
Part
a
of my
blizzard.
preparations for trial.
oh, tell me about who you discussed this temperature information with.
Like,
It was with Hank.
You're hesitating, and I can't hear you. Who did you discuss
With
it
Hank.
Excuse me?
With Mr. Brennan.
Attorney Brennan?
Yes.
You just
I literally had to take myself completely, my avatar and everything off the screen. I couldn't control myself.
discussed temperature with Prosecutor Brennan.
It was in my report.
It was in your report, but you said you discussed. Which is it?
It's in my report, and the discussion was that it is in my report. I'm not in position to suggest that investigations take place and change based on my report findings.
Oh, sir, I'm not suggesting what you just stated. I'm just trying to get information about, you mentioned the verb discussed. Didn't you, in your
Yes, I
answer
did.
moments ago?
Yes.
Isn't discussed a verbal thing? It's not a written thing?
It was discussed in preparation for trial.
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
Oh, so
think
there
Brennan may
was
have
a
rubbed
discussion,
up
a
the list.
verbal discussion with Attorney Brennan about temperature
No,
in your
it's,
preparation for trial.
It's not very often that I actually get angry, and it takes a lot to get me there. A lot to get me there. And I think it's probably part of my my European heritage that, you know, the world's passionate, mate. They're passionate. They're passionate about everything. It's either all in or all out. And yeah, I was all in. Sorry. You should be glad I don't drink anymore.
Was there any interest at all as to what this could actually mean for the potential location
This
of Mr.
conversation
O'Keefe's
started our
phone
main
on
chat.
these very important time periods in January 29th that might assist to determine at various times whether Mr. O'Keefe is in a covered building based upon the temperature rather than outside in a nor'easter on January
Oh.
29th?
Ian doesn't look very happy,
I'm
does
sorry, what
he?
was the question there?
Yeah, the question is, was there any discussion about the investigative value of what you had done in determining where that phone could have been on key time periods on the morning of January 29th?
That wasn't part of the discussion, no.
It wasn't part of the discussion. We went through, you may recall in my questioning, in your report, where you stated that it was possible that the phone could be inside the house of 34 Fairview based upon that big white circle. You testified that the low accuracy at certain points could be because of it entering a covered building, correct?
Correct.
And you do a temperature experiment to track the very accurate temperature change of an iPhone, and it doesn't match up the actual data with either of your test scenarios, and you don't raise that with anybody. Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it
Alice
differently.
is the one to argue this. That's
Did
for sure.
you ever put together in any kind of way your test scenario 1, your test scenario 2, and the actual temperature chart?
OCD nerd on figures and facts. Like I'm the OCD nerd on the medical shit.
Chart of the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe.
So how do you mean put it together? As in compare the two?
Exactly. Compare the two and reach any conclusions about location, because you spent time, did you not, sir? A lot of time in your reports on location of the phone.
Yes.
But yet, with all that data, all that testing, all the experiments that you did, you didn't include in your slide presentation and you didn't include in your report what that could mean for the location of the phone, did you, sir?
Different camera angles.
I'm struggling to see the comparison there.
Let me see if I can ask it in a different
Please.
way.
I wonder if they're trying to get
Nowhere
the camera
in your
away from
slide
Turtle Boy.
presentation did you have any discussion yesterday about how your test scenario, did you bring up, by the way, in your slide presentation yesterday, your battery temperature at all, your tests?
Not the tests, no.
Right, so you didn't even raise yesterday in your presentation about where the phone might be located. You didn't even raise the experiments that you did, correct?
Sustained as to the terminology. Ask it differently.
Did you yesterday in your presentation
Like a
to the
dog
jury
at home, isn't it?
in any way?
But see, look at the
Discuss.
difference, right? I appreciate a good argument, so long as it's based on fact and it's done in a professional way. There is no need whatsoever for anybody to behave in that manner. And that, like, I was embarrassed for him. Like, I think that he was so disrespectful to this man that, he's done with me. Yeah. There is no resurrection. There is no coming back from that.
Your battery test scenario 1 and
Unnecessary.
2 in your March 2025 report.
I believe there was mention of testing, but not to the amount of detail to say what the testing was.
Right. So there was no detail given at all
No
about
detail.
it. You just mentioned that it occurred, but no detail.
What
in
was
your
your
discussion.
methodology, Mr. Whiffin?
And are you aware, with regard to the battery temperature, that battery temperature in investigations can be used to determine locations of phones at certain times? Are you aware of that?
No.
So you have never used battery temperature information in all your years in any way for any investigation of a case in determining location of a
What upsets me is the fact that apparently our cameras are always watching us, unless they're in our pockets. That scares the shit out of me. Like, I take my phone everywhere. You don't want to see that shit. Trust me. I do my best work in the bathroom.
phone.
Again, I don't see how you can determine location of a device from a temperature reading, other than to say whether it was inside or outside.
So battery temperature and the chart that you gave that is up there, in your opinion, has no relevancy to the topic of where a phone might be to investigators in a case? Is that what you're saying?
Is that what you're saying, Mr. Whiffin?
I'm saying I can't take a temperature reading and make a determination about a GPS location based on the temperature reading.
That's not my question, though,
Okay.
sir, and I appreciate your answer, though. My question is, you work with law enforcement investigators regularly,
Yes.
correct? Isn't this information of potential relevance based upon your experience with investigations? Isn't this information at least potentially relevant in investigations?
I believe it could be. That's why I included it in my report.
Thank you. But you didn't include a discussion of it in your testimony yesterday, correct?
Correct.
I just want to be clear on a final point as regards to temperature. Were you aware of the temperature in Canton on January 29th, 2022?
I know it was a blizzard, but I don't know what the temperature was.
May I have a moment to switch
Sure.
topics? Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Whiffin. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Mr. Whiffin. Something with that name. Whiffin. Mr. Whiffin.
Your Honor, if I may, I have one last point to make with temperature. If we could put deck 60 back up, please. Mr. Whiffin, if you bear with me, I just
Of
have
course.
one final set of questions. If you look at this chart, and you, under January 29th at 12:13, battery temperature of 82 degrees, but you then go down, what I'd like to start with is 12:37 again, and this is a key time point, 12:37. You've got a temperature of 72 degrees, and then 8 minutes later, the temperature only drops 6 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Again, using 12:37 is what I refer to as the baseline. You go all the way down, and you see to 12:53, a temperature drop of only 11 degrees. Do you see that?
I do.
Thank you. That you can, excuse me, Your Honor, one moment.
Okay.
The final data point on this slide, Mr. Whiffin, and thank you for bearing with me on this. At 1:36, there's a temperature of 50 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Several hours later, at 6:06, 4.5 hours,
I need to
the
get my timeline
temperature
up.
drop is only 7 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Is that all right with you, Fonzie? Oh, who the heck? Oh, where did I put it? Ah,
I'm switching. May I have a brief moment?
Okay.
I. Hang on. Okay. You know how you said to me last night that well, I should have just asked ChatGPT. Yeah. Well, we did that today, but we got right a bit further. But as soon as it said click here, bubble. Anyway, I went to ChatGPT today, and I asked it about yesterday's testimony or yesterday's voir dire, basically, and I'll read you what it wrote back to me, and I'm just like, and I didn't use it in conjunction with my legal app. I've done it. This was just straight off the bat, right? Actually, I'll share the screen so you know that I'm not lying. Okay. On day 5 of the Karen Reid trial, the voir dire of ARCA experts Dr. Daniel Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rentschler was a pivotal moment, with Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan's line of questioning aiming to challenge the credibility and impartiality of these witnesses. Most possible motives and relevance of Brennan's questions. Brennan's, can you see that? I'm not sure if I can make it any bigger than that. Nappy, don't you say a lay thing. Anyway, Brennan's primary objective appeared to be demonstrating that the ARCA experts were not independent analysts, but were instead closely aligned with the defence. He introduced evidence of communications between the defence team and ARCA, including outlines of questions and answers provided for direct examination, and an invoice indicating the defence's payment to ARCA. These revelations were used to argue that the witnesses' testimonies were tailored to suit the defence's narrative, thereby undermining their objectivity. Brennan's approach was assertive and meticulous, focusing on specific details, such as the timing of payments and the extent of communications between ARCA and the defence. He highlighted inconsistencies in the defence's disclosures, noting that the relationship with ARCA was not fully revealed until after the US Attorney's Office provided related materials. This methodical questioning aimed to expose any lack of transparency and suggests that the defence had orchestrated a narrative through these expert witnesses. The overarching strategy behind Brennan's questioning was to cast doubt on the reliability of ARCA's expert testimonies by portraying them as extensions of the defence team rather than an impartial analyst. By doing so, he sought to weaken the defence's argument that the physical evidence did not support the prosecution's claim that Reid struck O'Keefe with her vehicle. Additionally, Brennan aimed to preemptively address and mitigate the impact of the ARCA's experts' findings by framing them as biased and not based on a comprehensive review of all pertinent evidence. In summary, Brennan's line of questioning during the voir dire was a calculated effort to challenge the credibility of key defence witnesses, thereby strengthening the prosecution's case by undermining the foundation of the defence's forensic arguments. Whack the diddle-o. Karen's biggest advocate is a bot. But like, fuck. I don't think I could have said it any better than myself. They could have used a few more, bit more potty mouth, but you know, there's that. So yeah. But I don't think he's very popular. With a number of people. Unless he was the absolute right person for this choice, for this cross. I'm surprised that Whiffin's on so early. Oh, it's chilly here tonight. Tomorrow's low to break the record. Awesome. I'm ignoring the other one. I don't know. I don't know. I cannot find him anywhere. I've reached out to Mandy. I've reached out on Discord, on email. That's the only contact information I have on him. So I don't know. I hope he's okay. I don't know. Are you working or not? Have you on the field? Because you're welcome to jump up if you want. Oh, maybe if you pay. Oh shit! I haven't transferred the page back. Sorry.
And I'm going to be, you look what you need to, but I'm going to be focusing on just under detailed analysis communications on paragraph 3, excuse me, on page 43, the top 3 or 4 entries.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready, sir.
Wow, I've already been dropped in the shit.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have 43, which is in evidence public?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, please. And if you could enlarge, you don't need the text, so if we can just go to detailed analysis, communication, call history. Now, if you could just super enlarge the first few entries. Yes, that is great.
Might let you.
So what I want to do is just cover the information here. Whose phone is the subject of the entries on this chart?
This is John's phone.
And if we start with the first entry, reading left to right, 12:14:36, end time 12:15:20, incoming call from Jen McCabe. Duration 44 seconds.
Oh, that's
you see that, sir?
I do.
Timeline.
You see, and is that a call that is answered?
Yes.
If you go to the next entry, 18:47, that's 12:18:47 to 12:19:23, outgoing call, duration 36 seconds to Jen McCabe. Duration 36 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Is that a call that is answered?
Difficult to say. That could be a outgoing call that lasted 36 seconds of ringing, but I believe it was answered.
Well, how is it that you can tell the first one was answered but not the second one?
Because it's an incoming call.
Okay, fair enough. So if we go to the third entry, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call from Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I don't mean to interrupt. Could I ask about the display?
Let me just say that.
Fucking sidebars. Jesus Christ, Bev. Oh, really? A bit slow there, Westpac. Maybe it's in this one. There it is. I can't believe how much attention to detail this content creator has gone to. Like, you need to go over and at least sub just purely for the data entry. Like, and it's not just the master timeline, it's Apple Health data correlated. You got a whole witness list as well to match it, the testimony links, the exhibit links, the court filings, witness interview timelines, and then important points that they've added as well. Like, just phenomenal. It's your literal one-stop shop. Actually, I should forward it to Toxic. And I can fast forward through this because I have magic. Let me have the fan. Okay, we've gone on a break. Oh, no, we don't want to listen to you. And we are now back on time. Real time. What time did they go up? 15 minutes ago, so I'll be back any second now. Right, just when I need to go to the bathroom. All right. Maybe I'll put. I so like this.
Objection, dipshit.
And this one never gets old. Never.
I'm going to pause here and say, well, yes, you fucking rock the defense rests.
Miss Shorty had a short on today, and she said, I know what Bev's decision is going to be. She's going to allow it. And this one. Yep. And of course this one. I might actually have to find some more. I should have done this
I've
one.
had enough. I'm going to wipe my ass with you.
Damn it. That was perfect. Live and learn, live and learn. Oh, I better do one for Tan as well, because she has created every one of those avatars by hand for every single witness. That's why I wanted to have the witness list so that I could preemptively put her avatars up on the thumbnails. But I'm going to have to go back. I'm going to have to, work backwards. And the amount of things I have to do, you've got no idea the extra work that goes into having to, you actually have to grade yourself almost, to like rate your stream on its suitability for ads, every single one of them. And I had something like 700 odd videos up there. I had to go through them all. And you have to do it for every single stream. How often do you want your ads? Do you want YouTube to choose? Do you want to choose it? Do you want to do it manually yourself? Do you want to have, every 10 minutes, every 3 minutes, just what the hell is my watch blowing up for? Huh? Stop it. Oh, look, she's, yeah, she's been amazing, amazing. So yeah, and she never complains, never ever, never. So that's why I did the little thank you for her, and I've tried to put them like she's a little John O'Keefe. You can see up the top. And I will make the effort to go and put them all through. Now, the other thing is she's going to start. I spoke to her. I sort of suggested it last night because I've got enough going on. I was going to cover the Erin Patterson one as well because it's basically it's not a live stream anyway. It's a recap stream, so she can sit and listen to the audio all day and whip up an update recap at night. And I've done all the thumbnails and overlays and everything else for her. So I had a chat with her today, and so I've sent them all over to her. So she's going to take over that, which is good. So they have their jury is seated. They have 15 of them, 10 males. I don't think I'd be that game. This is the mushroom murder trial that's going on in Morwell. She's from Leongasso, I think, and they've actually dropped 3 of the attempted murder charges because apparently she had 3 charges prior to the Beef Wellington episode of attempting to murder her ex-husband Simon, and they were all dropped yesterday. So she's down to the 3 murder charges and the 1 attempted at this point. I was actually thinking she might take a plea, but yeah, 10:30 tomorrow Eastern Standard Time is kick off. So be interesting to see how that progresses because we don't even know what. Let's have a look at what this cat mushrooms look like, okay? Because they're not your toadstools that you would normally see. And I think one of the articles that I was scrolling through over the weekend was actually telling you what it feels like what happens during it, like if you're poisoned. All right. So they're called Amanita phalloides. Okay. Apparently it's a species of fungus, commonly known as the death cap. Deadly poisonous, yeah, big word, fungus and mushroom. One of many in the genus Amantia, originating in Europe, but later introduced to other parts of the world since the late 20th century. It forms various broad-leaved trees. There's various broad-leaved trees. I want to see a picture. Sure. Show me this. I like that. There we go. Perhaps I should use that as a Here they are. They're not really that ominous looking, are they? Mm. Yeah. You could easily mistake that, easily. For the root. The bulbous base. Have you ever seen them in the field? Right? Let's have a look at the You got the fan. Yep. Screen. Yeah, the one she did this one as well. I'll take myself so I can read it. Uh, better than the other one I did. I couldn't. Have wielded my power for bad, for evil, and not for good. All right. So, how to identify a death cap mushroom? How many should put in? The death cap is one of the deadliest mushrooms in the world because of the serious threat it poses. It's important for fungal foragers. Fungal foragers. Aren't they gynecologists? I said that out loud. To know how to identify a death cap, especially since many people mistake it for the edible paddy straw mushroom. Before you go munching on that strange shroom, take a look at our handy guide. Things you should know. Look for sticky, yellow, or green tinted caps that are up to 6 inches wide and crowded with white gills underneath. Examine the stalk size. I shit you not. I shit you not. A word. A word. Word. Death cap stalks are usually 5 to 18 centimeters thick. Sorry, 5 to 18 centimeters tall and 1 to 2.5 centimeters thick. Check for a distinct ammonia-like odor and look for death caps around the bases of oaks or pine trees. Right. Inspecting the cap. Just gets better. The color of a death cap mushroom can vary based on its growing conditions. In general, though, the caps are off-white, it's almost done, and can have tints of olive green, pale green, or yellow. The caps of mature mushrooms also often have 1 or 2 large cracks running across them. Death caps often have 1 or 2 more patches of thin white veil-like tissue, so they can be circumcised as well. You see this? The quiz right there. Do I have a Jenny Mind quiz? Oh, okay. I hear the noise. Right. Well, then I'm going to go. Oh, switch it back, Jodie. Switch it back.
Go to the session.
We can talk about death cap mushrooms. Let me just
Whenever you're ready,
Luke?
Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I
and
approach,
we'll
please?
reset.
Yes.
Hold that thought.
I have a replacement.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, I have a replacement Exhibit 42 redacted, obviously to replace Exhibit 42. And it's per stipulation with Mr. Brennan.
Yes, please.
Vigil's gonna be ID, C.
Thank you.
See. May I present it to Mr. Whiffin?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Whiffin. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Mr. Wolf, if you could again, please enlarge, we're going to be focusing on the top entry of the chart again. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, we had started going through the top three entries. The first one you had indicated was answered. The second one you, as I understand it, could not tell. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the third entry, which is reading left to right, 12:29:44, end time 12:29:51. Incoming call duration 8 seconds from Jen McCabe.
Correct.
That's the third one. So because it's an
So,
incoming.
Mr. Leslie, we need to enlarge this.
Okay, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, can you enlarge that pursuant to the judge's order? Is that sufficient, Your Honor?
If you can make it as large as possible for the jurors, please, even if you have to do smaller segments.
If we have to, Mr. Wolf, knock off the final right-hand column, that's insignificant. There you go.
All right, that's better. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to now go to the last one for this Exhibit 42. It's reading from left to right, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call duration at seconds from Jen McCabe. Again, it restates duration 8 seconds.
Correct.
Given that it's an incoming call, you can conclude that that was answered, correct?
Correct.
Now, if we could go back down and focusing on just the first three by way of example, Mr. Wolf, do just as Her Honor has requested, enlarge it as large as possible. Those three, after the first three, yep, starting there, just take the first three by way of example. All right. Mr. Whiffin, you should feel free to look at the hard copy Exhibit 42 if that's more helpful to you. But what I want to do is to focus on start time 12:33:35, reading across activity, incoming call, unanswered, and then to the right, Karen Reed. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see the same types of entries for 3409 and 3438?
I do.
And those calls are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
So in contrast to the, and now Mr. Walker, we can go back to the chart, trying to capture 6 and enlarge those once last time. Thank you. So in the first one at 1436, and then skipping 1 to 2944, those are answered, but then starting, excuse me, at 3335 and 3409, those are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. We have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics. Mr. Whiffin, when did you start working on this case? What was the date, approximate date
On this case or on this exhibit?
on this case?
Approximately September 2023.
So over a year and a half.
Correct.
How many times have you been in Norfolk County?
This is my second time.
So you were here once previously.
Correct.
Do you recall yesterday discussing what you had done with an iPhone, driving around and then moving it with your hand?
Correct. Yes.
In the year and a half that you've been on this case, did you ever take an iPhone and do the same activity on the route that you were discussing yesterday between 34 Fairview and One Meadows?
I actually did it on Sunday night.
I'm sorry?
I did it 2 days ago on Sunday night.
And with regard to your time on this case, what was the results of that?
I object, Your Honor. I'll need to be heard briefly.
I'm sorry?
I object, I need to be heard briefly.
Okay. Come on over.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, I am now going to proceed to a different topic.
Okay.
Do you recall discussing the Google search, how long to die in the cold?
I do.
And you discussed that in your direct testimony, correct?
I did.
You were a police officer for years before getting into the data forensic analysis of cell phones, correct?
Correct.
You were a response officer of the South Yorkshire Police from 2004 to 2009.
Correct.
You continued policing with the Calgary Police, working patrol, correct?
Correct.
You work frequently with law enforcement.
I do.
Indeed, law enforcement is the predominance of your work, correct?
Probably about 80% of the work. Yes.
What percent?
About 80%.
80?
80.
Your work is used in investigations for law enforcement, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
In your area of work, you use and apply various forensic methods that are extracted, that data is extracted from a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And you have various forensic methods to analyze that data, correct?
Correct.
And that data that you analyze is often used by law enforcement in their investigations, right?
It can be, yes.
It can be, but it also is from your experience, correct?
I'm sorry, are we talking about my actual analysis or analysis that's created by the tools that me and Cellbrite create?
Your analysis.
Okay, my analysis is typically used in investigations, yes.
So it's typically, your analysis is typically used by law enforcement.
On the cases I work, yes.
Right. And you know that is going to be the case oftentimes when you're doing your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, correct?
Correct.
Such as cell phones, right?
Correct.
So, and there's something called an extraction process from a cell phone that you discussed in your direct testimony.
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I want to cover, because it would be covering old ground, but I want to cover some of it.
Okay.
It's important, is it not, that the extraction process on a cell phone be performed correctly.
It is, yes.
And that's so that the data that's extracted from a cell phone is complete, correct?
Correct.
So that the data is correct.
Correct.
And so that the data is reliable.
Correct.
And data forensic examiners and people in your area of work need to ensure that the extraction file has not been tampered with, correct?
Correct.
Because if an extraction file has the possibility of tampering, then the information and data from it can be unreliable, correct?
Correct.
And there's a generally accepted methodology for how to perform an extraction of data from a cell phone, correct?
Typically, yes.
One of the key ways to determine whether the data extracted from a cell phone is valid and has integrity is to evaluate whether the extraction process created what is called a hash value, correct?
Correct.
And a synonym for a hash value is a hash signature, correct?
Correct.
And a hash value or hash signature, I'm just going to use hash value. Is that acceptable to you?
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. So a hash value is a unique and usually consists of a long string of numbers and letters that's generated from the data file from a cell phone using a computer algorithm, right?
Correct.
And one of the computer algorithms is SHA 256, right?
Correct.
And is it a fair analogy to state that a hash value can be thought of as fingerprint for a data file from a cell phone?
Yes.
And is it also a rough analogy that a hash value can function like a container? In other words, if you open the milk container and the seal's broken, that the same analogy can be provided that if you don't have a valid hash value, then there is a question with regard to the contents of a cell phone, just as there might be concern about contents of a milk carton. Is that a fair general analogy?
Yeah, if the hash doesn't match, then something has changed in the data.
So if the hash doesn't match and you
Right.
can't determine
Let me say the
a
thing.
valid hash file, it's sort of like opening up a milk.
Just had to fight a cat off my crumpet. I mean, like the toasted crumpet one. Made a brew. What happened? What did I miss? Oh, shit. I missed it. Oh, sorry. Whenever you're ready, I'm here. Sorry.
Container in that seal cap is off, correct?
Okay, I'll accept that.
Thank you.
Oh, there he is. Hang on.
Now, if a data file is off,
Aloha.
Hey,
Oh, it looks nice and sunny where you are. Look at you go.
such a beautiful day.
Ah,
It's gorgeous. I'm sorry. How's it in Australia?
it's getting really cold.
Cold? Does it
Yeah.
get cold there? I'm not very familiar with the climate.
Not snow cold, but yeah, it'll get in the winter time. It can get down to 1, 2.
Let me grab some
overnight.
headphones to make sure that our audio doesn't get too distorted. As I said, I really only have a few minutes because I have to write reports.
Oh,
And I
that
have
doesn't
to get
sound
them
like
in.
much fun at all.
Pardon me, one moment. I'm going to shut my camera off.
I should probably turn mine off while I'm filling my face.
Oh, no.
This is the time I get hungry, though. It's like my lunchtime.
Yeah, well, this is actually literally lunchtime.
Yeah,
United States.
I mean, I'm USA time.
So basically, I'm not sure if we had a topic that we wanted to discuss.
No, not particularly.
But,
What was your? I mean, I know you're
I have lots of
a
thoughts.
Brendan fan, but do you think he was disrespectful yesterday, or
Brendan?
No,
No,
not at all.
I don't think so at all. No, I think that it's a misinterpretation to say he was disrespectful, and I think that the reason why he had to question the witness the way he did is because the witness was being tactfully evasive.
You reckon?
The
'Cause
witness was
didn't
not.
see.
I know, because it's like I said, it's not just evasive; it's tactfully evasive. The witness was not answering yes or no questions. So basically, you have to think about what it is that an attorney is trying to do when they are, sorry, somebody has a.
But even the questions he was asking and the way he asked them, and then the comments in between, it was just. It was just unnecessary.
I think my audio and everything is going to improve as soon as I touch it. Sorry, Jody, I actually didn't hear what you just said. Can you repeat that?
I just said that, you can extract the same information, but the way the questions that he asked, he spoke to him like he was a child, and the comments that he threw in, if you listen to his phrasing, the way he words everything is designed to insinuate something. Everything was a relationship, and even though they just met, and didn't you knew her? You knew her because you met her in the car park, and she brought you into the court. Like, what?
So, in my opinion, he was pointing out inconsistencies in the witness's testimony to the court.
About what?
Um,
About how they got caught?
to the court and to the jury, which is honestly like.
About what though? Like their
I think there's
testimony or
leniency when you're arguing motions. I think that if you obviously you shouldn't have a misrepresentation to the court,
no?
which Judge
But what were they
Canoni did.
misrepresent?
There have been,
What were they misrepresenting?
violations to the court. So I want to ask you about
What
that.
did they misrepresent?
So, and I don't have any idea what I look like on camera right now because I
What
can't
did they
actually
misrepresent?
see. I'm sorry?
What did they misrepresent?
Well, did you watch when Judge Canoni found them in violation?
Yeah.
I'm trying to like do my
You're at the beach.
break and my free current read thing at the same time. All right, so I walked out to the beach. I can't actually see the screen, but so my question is, did you watch? Because the judge found that there were 2 violations by the defense regarding this issue, and my question is, like, are we just gonna like forget about that? And like, there's legal stuff on the record saying that they did these violations, but the internet.
Can you remind me what they were? Like, were they?
So one, they might have both been discovery violations. I think maybe they were both discovery violations, but one was definitely a discovery violation, and the other one, I actually think the other one might have been something to do with like not.
Was it the payment or the?
No, it was because they. I mean, all right, so they have to do it legally, and it comes like the actual like termination, like the terms that the court is going to use are going to like be very specific, but like basically what it comes down to is they were not honest with the court
About?
and the court about I think what she said was not honest with the court about
She really didn't point much out. Like, I didn't find it very clear on what they'd actually done. And
well,
the
what
argument,
if we did this, Jody? What if we actually downloaded her ruling? Like, because
I think
one
I've got
good
her
thing
ruling.
about Judge Canoni, I mean, and I have my criticisms of her for certain.
Yeah.
But
look, no one's perfect, but
that, yeah, I know, and like, she's a very defense-friendly judge. She used to be a defense attorney. She has a lot of sympathy for the defense. She's like being very careful to make sure that this case survives every appeal possible. But what I think that, all right, I don't want to like get too off track here, but so I was in a chat recently, and we were discussing the Supreme Court of the United States not reviewing Karen's case, and then there were so many questions popping up in the chat about why, like the merits of the case and yada yada yada. And
So they saw
I
that
went and
as
found-
an element of her guilt, basically.
Well, yeah. But I went and found the ruling by the Massachusetts Supreme Court.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually posted the entire ruling. And,
What, on Discord?
I'm sorry?
Is it on Discord?
Yes, it was on Discord, and if you want, I can post it to
Yes,
your
please.
Discord.
Yep.
It's so interesting because it has all of the facts that have been
Presented.
like entered into the court. It
Because
has
I've put like 103 motions and rulings into this database as well. So I'll put everything in. I want all of it so that it's fair.
No, this is a very interesting thing to have on the court. I just think that people should read this. Is what I'm trying to say. Because
that's what.
It's not on X. It's not on YouTube.
No,
It's not on all these things where people.
It's not trial by social media, which is what it's become.
Yeah, social media. I'm sorry, like there are many well-intentioned people, but there's also a lot of like people that do things because they make money off of lying. Like, to say it simply.
And those things get mixed up, and it's like Chinese whispers, and half of it becomes truth, and half of it becomes, it's like.
And the court is not allowed to do that.
That's why I've only used the court documents and testimony.
Yeah, I agree with you. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out my camera situation. I should probably shut my camera off entirely.
No, that's right.
I literally can't see anything.
But we can see you.
But here's the thing, Jody. So I don't want to get too off track, but I was just trying to say that it would be better for us to rely on the court rulings rather than random people on the internet saying
100%. I 100% agree. 100%.
Yes.
I take them with a grain of salt. Not that I get much chance to watch them.
I know that you take them with a grain of salt, but
not everyone does.
A lot of people
take
them and they run with them. And
they
start to create conspiracy theories, and that is why this case exists at all, because of these conspiracy theories.
Yeah. I'm more than happy to listen to all of the evidence, because that's how you make a fair analysis like this. And that's what pisses me off so much about Brennan. It's the underhandedness, it's the sneakiness, it's the innuendo that goes with it. And I don't think she's going to get a fair trial at all.
What part of that doesn't mean a fair trial? All right, so first of all, do you understand that a fair trial doesn't mean that the prosecution cannot
speak a certain way,
argue their point? They have the highest burden of proof in the entire country.
Yep. My example is that, all right, he's presenting not all of it. Like he said, he doesn't want the medical examiner's manner of death to come in. Why not? That is part of evidence. That's the whole point. That's the pivotal. Why wouldn't you? And then he didn't call the medical examiner as a witness.
Correct. That it's not legally admissible. Then legally admissible.
Pardon?
But if he's
what's
wrong,
legally admissible?
If he is incorrect, and which I assume that he is in this case, it's going to come in. If Brennan is incorrect and the manner of death,
it's coming in. But that's what I mean. That's what his aim has been in every single motion.
He's trying to
only present twice.
Yeah, he's not trying to lose the case. He's trying to win the case. So
he shouldn't be trying to win.
He's
He
not
should be
trying to say.
presenting it for the
So-
jury to decide.
All right, Jody. Here's how it works.
Oh.
Brennan has enough evidence to prove that Karen Reed is guilty beyond any reasonable
By
doubt.
speculation only.
He's not going to start providing evidence for the defense that pokes holes in his own case.
No. But he doesn't
Now,
have a
yes,
case.
there is.
His way.
There's always, in every single case, there's always going to be anomalies. There's going to be evidence that pokes holes in the case that literally exists for every single
Absolutely,
case.
yeah.
But it's
He's
not
trying to eliminate.
just because he's trying to do motions that are attempt to suppress evidence.
Suppress portions
that
of
doesn't-
evidence and not presenting the whole truth.
That's literally his job at this point.
Well, how is that fair?
Because it still has to be handled by a judge, and it still has to go through a jury, and then it still
How
has
can the
to go
jury
through
make
appeal
a
process.
informed
This is
decision if
how
they're not
the
given all of
system
it?
works. I think, unfortunately, what's happening is we have people saying that internet stuff is like more important than what actually has, gone through the legal system. And that to me is very concerning because
There is so much social media shit in there.
I mean, what the thing is that if we started doing a justice system based on the way that people on X want to
Oh
do
my
it,
God.
literally, it's not going to free people. It's going to imprison people.
Yep.
Because the reason why the system is set up the way it is to protect people. It's not to, it's not to try to make it easier to put people in prison. It's actually pretty decently difficult to put people in prison. And there are people that still end up in prison that are not guilty.
Absolutely.
And when this type of movement comes around, in my opinion, it makes it more difficult to get those people out of prison because it takes the spotlight off of actual justice.
Everyone's forgotten about John.
But also it tries to muddy the waters about facts and reality and truth.
But see, that's what I see Brennan doing.
So can you explain to me, because Jody, I want to understand because I don't see the same thing happening. I think that he is trying to find the truth. I haven't seen any times when he is trying to lie or be deceptive.
The only thing that I've seen him do is pretty much try and mow down any obstacle that is a potential threat to him from highest to lowest. And all right, so take the Arca dudes. So he held up their the defense's ability to retain them for so long that it was the 26th of March that they could actually sign the paperwork, and then started demanding, because they'd missed their discovery violation rule 14 by that stage anyway. So he started filing these motions knowing full well they had no fucking reports to give. They'd only just been retained. So it's like this, he creates this cyclone and then complains about it. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, I get what you're saying. So what you're saying is that he put some kind of motion forward that said they can't do any work until the 26th of March.
No, they weren't able to
retain. I think that's true though.
And then
that's the other thing.
I'm not sure
I believe what people are telling because
this was in court. This was him. And Jackson arguing in court, a motion, and he said his argument was they could have retained any other expert witness in, but he knows that the ARCA witnesses, not only they know that like they did it, they're professional, their credibility is right up there, and they are non-biased. You're not going to find that anywhere else. That's why he wants to get rid of them. He cannot have all of those elements in the witnesses there that they possess. Does that make sense?
All right, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So you're saying,
So he's trying to get rid of them so that they could retain other expert witnesses, so that he could break them down and say, all right, well, they're
happening. Actually, I think it's the opposite. Like, he's saying they can. So what he was saying in one of his motions is that they should definitely be allowed to testify about what happened before.
He said that.
But what happened after they were retained happened without enough time for the Commonwealth to get their own expert to scrutinize it. Is that what you're saying? Or is that just...
No. He prevented the defense so much with all of the red tape that they physically actually couldn't get them to be retained officially until the 26th of March, which apparently was within days or had just passed their deadline for rule. So they were already leaked when they retained, because he had caused that to happen. Does that make sense? So then he does the motions and complains that they are violating it, and that's how it perpetuates. It's like, you can't tell me he got up on the stand and didn't know the date of the email that had that invoice on it.
All right, so Jody, here's the problem. All right, so I will look into that and see if that's correct. If so, I mean, I will just tell you that, like, he's trying to win the case.
Yeah, I agree, but that shouldn't be at all costs.
He's a fraud who's, in line.
No, I never called him a fraud, but he shouldn't be doing it at all cost, at Karen's cost. There's a life at stake here.
Yes, of course. Well, there's already...
I just want fairness. That's it.
Also. But, so what I would ask is, how do you feel about those 100 plus text messages that were deleted, which, so initially we figured out they were deleted by the defense, and then we saw that they were also deleted by ARCA, and just let me
Did you listen to his explanation for that?
Yeah, all right, let me just finish this point. So the defense is actually legally required to retain those records. Yes,
you might want to check that. There is a time frame. Oh no, I've lost him.
Love you to death, but
there you go.
This is just a fact. They are required.
What's the time frame?
Records. And the judge reminded them so in court, and they said, "Oh, but not text, just emails." And the judge was like, "No, that's not true," and said that they were in violation of the law by not retaining those and not providing them to the court. And
is there a legal, how long do they legally have to keep those on file?
I have situations where I have to retain my records.
Yeah.
And if I had deleted 100 text messages, are you kidding me?
Do you know?
Go to jail.
Do you know how long it is they have to legally retain them for?
Years, 7 years, I think.
The text messages.
So they have to retain them for, I think, 7 years.
No, non-evidentiary text messages between clients, that are privileged materials.
It's basically anything that is to do with your case.
Right, but ARCA aren't responsible for doing that.
Listen, she made it very clear Like, she already had the applicable case law and the law. It's not just the case law, it's the law that is, and as a result of what Alessi, I think it was Alessi, no, it wasn't.
Yeah.
It was the other guy, right?
Normally Alessi that argues that, but
And there's a reason why Alessi is arguing it. It's because if Jackson gets up there and argues it, he's going to potentially
yeah, she hates it.
perjuring himself. Because these are not things that they can defend. These
But
are
ARCA aren't held to that same legal standard. If they've got text messages between an attorney and themselves, they are not bound to hold on to them as long as they're not being represented by that attorney.
But Jody, they deleted over 100 text messages that were required to be retained. And
No, they would.
they're required by the law to be retained. That is a fact. It's on the court
Did
record.
she actually put that as a part of their record, like as a motion at the end of the last trial?
Yeah. No.
To ARCA.
It was in the meeting or the hearing that those records are required to be retained, and Judge Auntie Ev decided that they violated.
I can understand that for the defense, no problem. But
there's no defense.
Did she put anything?
It is what it is. It's a ruling.
Okay.
It was something that was found in the court.
But should she put that ruling to ARCA as well at the end of the trial?
No, because at that time there was no understanding that.
So they're not bound by the same client-attorney privilege or anything like that. He was following his employer's protocol.
No, you're not. You have no client. You don't have attorney privilege between your experts and your attorneys.
Exactly.
That needs to be disclosed.
Yeah. So hang on. So the text messages between, say, Alan Jackson and Daniel Wolf saying, "All right, well, I'll meet you in this car park and I'll put you into this hotel." You say they have to retain those.
So we don't know
7
what
years.
was said because they deleted them, and it wasn't just one side that deleted them; it was both of them that deleted them, and they weren't even that long ago. It was last year. I still have.
Apparently, ARCA's protocol is 3 months. They keep it on there because there could be confidential stuff on there.
If only one side had deleted them and then the other side was like, well, I still have them, I would totally believe that maybe that side deleted them in an improper way, but at least we still have them. But the fact that both of them deleted them is extremely suspect. Jody, they're lying to you. They said things in those messages that they do not want in the court because they're tricking you. They're lying to you.
About what?
They're lying about the
results,
about what they're going to talk about in the court, what they are.
They were limited.
Regarding they're doing more stuff. Like
they are now.
Like, oh, we're from the FBI, and this is our.
No, but they were limited strictly in scope to testify only about what was within that report that was done in February.
That's not what they do. These are folks that mostly, according to ARCA themselves, they mostly represent insurance companies and law firms.
Yep.
Which is fine. Listen, Joe,
well, if you permanently injured yourself, you want to know.
People, they're going to do their findings, and they're going to do a report, and they're going to explain how
it happened.
You're correct. That's fine.
No.
The jury just needs to be aware that
they're not going to.
You hired them, and they work for you. If you pretend that.
So you think that they're willing to give away their $1 billion revenue for $24,000?
No, yes,
they would.
these people are liars. Yeah, is that what you asked me? Sorry, there was like a bird that flew by. I didn't hear it, but yes, I think that they are being deceptive on the stand. I think they're literally lying to the court at this
How
point.
can you lie with science, with facts?
There's no science. This is not science, Jody. This is not the same thing as what we call science. Science is something that is peer reviewed, can be.
Yeah.
We can check their methodology. We can check to see what they did.
Yep.
And we can repeat it.
Yep. That's what an accident reconstruction is.
That's not something we can do with these folks because the raw data, as we just heard the other day, the raw data is literally classified. Like, it's not something that's repeatable. This isn't science. It's not the same thing as science.
The raw data of what, though?
This is insurance company people giving you their interpretation of what happened.
They work for people. So if you have a car accident and you break your leg and you are permanently disabled and you need someone, then your insurance company needs evidence to say that that's permanent. So then they are the third party, the non-biased party that are involved in assessing that and reporting back. And they can be employed by either side.
Right. I get what you're saying, and that's why, like, in the first trial, I was like, well, these people were employed by the FBI. They are unbiased.
Yep.
And they're just going to give their opinion. I wasn't impressed by their opinions. I thought that the one guy was just saying, like, he fired a mosquito cannon at the car.
No, they made one. So
that happened. The other guy was just, he didn't really, like, do any experiments at all. He was just like, oh, yeah, that, like, those type of injuries are not possible because, like, the
because
arm.
he studied biomechanics and
right,
and
but then
at least it was a decent pause and not a bad pause. Anyway, we should probably get back to this trial. Anyway, it's 2 a.m. and we're still listening to Whiffin, and we're not even at lunch break yet, and he's still frozen. I should screen grab it and say, "This is your I will. This is your freeze frame, and it should be your new should be your new what do you call it? Avatar." I think he's dropped off anyway. But Udhef, I will send you that screenshot of your final pause there. But I think, yeah, we need to get on because yeah, as soon as lunch hits, Mama's gonna do the reclining reclining review trial. Thank you so much for joining us. And no doubt I'll be here again soon. Let me save this. What do I save it under? All right. Let's get back to Whiffin then.
Altered in any way,
Data.
the hash algorithm is going to produce a different letter in numeric string than the previous hash value for that same alleged data, correct?
Correct.
So that alpha numeric number is important because it can, if it's different, then it means something happened to that data, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it important for examiners, anybody in data forensics, to know whether or not the data they're looking at has a valid hash value?
It would depend, in my opinion, on the origin of the data.
But you would agree that it's much better to have a valid hash value for data than not, correct?
I'd like to see the hash value match, yes.
You would like to see the hash value matching,
Yes.
correct? Now, once data from an iPhone is properly extracted and you get a hash value, then the examiners of the data seek to pass and decode the data to try and make some sense of the data in a more user-friendly format so that a report can be created for investigators, correct?
Correct.
Do I work this? Nope, not like that. Don't use this program. What's that? No. No.
Do you recall preparing a
Election.
report for the iPhone belonging to Jen McCabe dated December 2024?
Okay.
I do, yes.
Why won't it work?
And in that report, you discussed your views of a Google search of how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And in that report, you rendered various conclusions about that Google search, correct?
Correct.
And you rendered various conclusions about what is called a timestamp.
Correct.
And the timestamp that was in question was 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th
Yep.
on Jen McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And the
Come on.
question that you were looking at is that timestamp that appeared in the data, that timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., whether that belongs
I don't like this program.
to the Google search, how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you testified yesterday with regard to that very issue, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report of December 2024, you discussed
how do I
the
go back?
hash value of that cell phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yesterday, in your direct testimony, you didn't mention anything about the hash value with regard to Jen McCabe's phone, did you?
Not in my testimony, no.
The answer is no, correct? However, isn't it correct that in your report of December 2024, you had an issue with the hash value from the data from that phone?
I didn't have an issue with the hash value at all, no.
So you didn't note that it was not possible with the gray key extraction as the PDF containing the extraction has its value, that it was unsigned? That was not an issue in your report?
The hash value matches, but because I didn't do the extraction, I'm unable to actually validate that was an original hash and hadn't been modified.
Exactly. So you didn't do the extraction, but
Yeah,
you
right.
couldn't validate the hash value, could you?
Shit. I didn't realize I couldn't see the screen, and I haven't got the trial up. Where is it? Share the screen. Oh. Okay. And I'll go back a little bit because I think you've missed a couple of minutes. Much as it kills me to go back. But I need to put this pause pic. This is how you left us. There we go. One there. And one there.
Do you recall
There you go.
preparing a report for the iPhone belonging to Jen
Keep in
McCabe,
thought. Hmm.
dated December 2024?
I do, yes.
Could have been way, way worse. Honest.
And in that report, you discussed your views of a Google search
My overlay's
of
gone.
How Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And in that report, you rendered various conclusions about that Google search, correct?
Correct.
And you rendered various conclusions about what is called a timestamp.
Correct.
And the timestamp that was
Did you see
in
your picture?
question was 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th on Jen McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And the question that you were looking at is that timestamp that appeared in the data, that timestamp of 2:27:40
It's a hard law and crime.
a.m., whether that belongs to the Google search, How Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And you testified yesterday with regard to that very issue, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report of December 2024, you discussed the hash value of that cell phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Why are they bringing hash into this?
Yesterday, in your direct testimony, you didn't mention anything about the
About
hash
hash?
value with regard to Jen McCabe's phone, did you?
Not in my testimony, no.
The answer is no, correct? However, isn't it correct that in your report of December 2024, you had an issue with the hash value from the data from that phone?
I didn't have an issue with the hash value at all, no.
So you didn't note that it was not possible
Ugh.
with the gray key extraction as the PDF containing the extraction hash value that it was unsigned? That was not an issue in your report?
The hash value matches, but because I didn't do the extraction, I'm unable to actually validate that was an original hash and hadn't been modified.
Exactly. So you didn't do the extraction, but you couldn't validate the hash value, could you?
No.
So you couldn't determine whether or not any of the data on that cell phone of Jen McCabe had been tampered with, correct?
I take a holistic view of the data and try to find anomalies and didn't see any that raised any flags.
That wasn't my question, sir.
Okay.
I'll try it a different way. You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct. They were always unsigned. Okay, apologies.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct? Thank you. And you went on, did you not, in your report, to say that this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss any of that doubt, that suggestion of authentication, but can't be guaranteed 100% at all in your direct testimony yesterday?
I didn't know.
And again, hash values are very important concepts for data forensic examiners, correct?
For integrity, yes.
Do you know the chain of custody of Jen McCabe's iPhone?
I don't know.
Nobody
you don't
knows
know the chain
anyone's
of custody of her iPhone. You have an unsigned hash value, and you can't guarantee the hash value authentication, correct?
Do you like
The objection's
you
over.
see your picture?
Not from the hash value, no.
This is how you left us. It'll be way worse. You do you, love. Thank you. And catch up with
Let's go back to the 22740 timestamp
that guy's name, Colton.
and the question of whether that timestamp is associated with a Google search.
Canada.
House long
This
to
one.
die in the cold.
Touch base with him.
You understand there is a dispute as to whether that search was performed at 2:27:40 a.m. as the timestamp states, or whether that was performed later in the morning, say around 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You understand there's a dispute.
Yes.
And do you understand that the defense asserts that that timestamp means what it says, the Google search occurred at 2:27:40 a.m.?
I'm going to allow it. Do you understand that?
Of course you
I
do.
do.
I didn't hear your answer, sir.
I understand.
You understand that?
Yes.
So there are various data forensic tools, are there not, to evaluate what is called an artifact, this timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And those data forensic tools include Celebrite tools, your company's tools.
Yes.
And some of those Celebrite tools are called Physical Analyzer.
Correct.
And then you have another tool, I believe, called Insights.
Insights is a suite that includes Physical Analyzer, but yes,
So it's Insights is a
it's
suite.
essentially the same tool.
Essentially the same tool. So does Insight, well, essentially, but they're two different tools, correct?
They're two different versions of the same tool.
Thank you. Two different versions of the same tool.
Yes.
But there are other tools from other companies, are there not, sir?
There are.
And a competitor of Celebrite that can be used to analyze that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp and to potentially resolve that dispute of whether the Google search "House long to die in the cold" occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. or later at 6:23 or so a.m. There's other companies and tools that can be used for that, correct?
Correct.
And isn't one of the companies that can be used, the competitor of Celebrite, called Magnet Forensics?
Correct.
And they have a tool called Axiom, AXIOM, that evaluates questions such as this, correct?
They do.
And is Magnet Forensics a reputable company?
They are.
Am I correct that yesterday you essentially said that as of today, no Celebrite tool, no Insight suite such as Physical Analyzer, today shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp?
Correct. If you use any version from the last approximately year, that timestamp won't show up.
It won't show up as you sit here today.
Correct.
But that's not always been the case
Correct.
with regard to Celebrite forensic tools, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in the first proceeding in this case, in June of 2024, when you testified under oath,
You changed it. Sorry. Done.
the
Ta-da!
situation with the forensic tools was
And this is the link.
Celebrite Forensics Insights did not show the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, but another version of Physical Analyzer.
That's the link for Sleuthy Goosey with the actual entire timeline. You'll thank me for it, and you're welcome. I need not say anymore.
Did show it, correct?
Correct.
In that second program, that second tool, Physical Analyzer, not
You
only
got
showed
it.
it at 2:27:40 a.m., but it showed it as a deleted state, correct?
It's a deleted record, yes.
A deleted record.
Yes.
Did you mention that yesterday in your direct testimony?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
No, we changed it since then.
Exactly. You changed it since then.
Yes.
Ooh.
Your company removed it
Yes.
after the first trial.
Before the first trial.
Well, you removed it from one tool before the first trial, but you didn't remove it from the other Physical Analyzer program, did you?
Up until the following version was released.
No, I'm talking about the time of trial when you were testifying.
I appreciate that. There's some complexities with how we released the software, which resulted in one being released several weeks later and one being released several weeks earlier.
But at the time of trial,
Yes.
last year in June, when you were testifying under oath, one of the Celebrite tools showed the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., correct?
Correct.
But that timestamp doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist today, does it?
Correct.
Celebrate removed it.
Yes.
All right,
You
could,
mentioned.
could I see Council sidebar for
All
just a
right,
minute,
sure.
please?
Sidebar. No, it won't let me open it. It's not, cannot be reached. I'll try and do it on Safari. Right. Save link as. See, I don't see anything else. I don't see anything else other than head injury, murder weapon. That's it. The rest is fluff, because that's what killed him, and that's what matters to me. And I, with my experience and my life experience and nursing and what have you, I know in my bones that did not cause that.
Go ahead, Mr. Lesson.
Thank
I
you,
love you
Reverend.
too.
So with regard
Thank
to the
you.
first proceeding, there was one Celebrite forensic tool that still showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp,
Correct.
and it was shown in a deleted state.
The record was deleted, yes.
The record was deleted. And then after that, Celebrite outright removed the timestamp from, so none of its programs had, correct?
Again, if I could explain a little bit about how it works.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
If you could just respond to my question. Is that correct?
The timestamp's been removed, yes.
However, the competitor of Celebrite that we just talked about, Magnet Forensics Axiom,
Yes.
that program at the first proceeding showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, as you sit here today, the Magnet Forensics program, Axiom, still shows the 2:27:04 a.m. timestamp, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And Magnet Forensics Axiom is a reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Celebrite removed that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, which is in a deleted state, in response to issues raised in the first proceeding, correct?
It was changed because of the research that I did, and that was verified by the forensic research group.
But the issue arose because of what had come up in the first proceeding, correct?
In the first investigation prior to the proceeding, yes.
In the first investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
So Celebrite, after the first proceeding, after the investigation, just outright went and removed the timestamp.
It's not unusual to change the
I
code.
didn't ask if I just asked whether
Yep,
they
we removed it.
But Magnet Forensic Axiom still shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, right?
Again, they refer to it differently, which is why they can
But they
do that.
still show.
They do still show it.
Can you just finish the answer?
So, sorry. Just let him finish the answer. Is that what you said, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, my apologies, but I'm having trouble hearing, but I'll pause more just to make sure you're done. In that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, the dispute is whether it's associated with the search, House Long to Die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit more about the first proceeding in this case. In terms of your testimony under oath in that first proceeding, do you recall stating that it was your opinion as to whether that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp was associated or not with the Google search "House Long to Die in the Cold"?
I believe so.
Right. So you called it your opinion.
Yes.
You didn't describe it as a fact, you described it as your opinion, correct?
Correct.
Because you realize that there are other fair interpretations of that timestamp and when the Google search occurred, correct?
I think even if I believe it's a fact, it's my opinion.
Right, so it's your opinion.
Yes.
So you also, do you recall stating that there's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27:40? You recall that?
Correct.
And you used the word evidence, correct?
Correct.
But that evidence on the Celebrate program is now gone, correct?
No.
It's not gone?
It's not gone.
So the 2:27:40 timestamp still exists in Celebrate programs?
So are we talking about the additional evidence that shows what happened at 2:27:40?
No, I'm just asking whether,
Okay.
I thought we had that clear, but I thought, is the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp show up on any Celebrate program as you sit here today?
The decoded value does not show a timestamp for that aspect.
Sir, does your work include shaping how examiners will see the data when they open it?
Yes.
So you shape how the data is going to be, correct?
Yes, we have
Yes.
ways to create the data so it's usable. Yes.
So the answer is
shape it.
yes,
Yes.
you shape the data.
Yes.
These various forensic tools, Celebrite, Insight Suite, including Physical Analyzer, Magnet Forensics Axiom, these are all tools, and we know that no one has access to the Apple source code on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
And the best source of information about what may be happening inside of an Apple iPhone would be if one could get the source code and look into the source codes to see what's actually happening, correct?
Correct.
So what happens is in data forensics, because Apple considers it proprietary and people can't access the source code, there's these various data forensic tools that in some ways try to serve as a surrogate, given the fact that there's no access to source code, correct?
Correct.
So the best information would come from the Apple source code, but nobody has access to that, or few people do. Therefore, these other forensic tools are used.
Correct.
So sometimes examiners have to give opinions like you give because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
So it's your opinion oftentimes with regard to ultimate conclusion.
Based on research and testing. But yes,
Not 100% absolute certainty because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
correct.
You have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Before I do switch topics, a couple points on the 2:27:40 timestamp, if I may, Mr. Whiffin. The Google search in question associated with that timestamp, the dispute over that, is house long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you understand, sir, do you understand the significance if Jen McCabe made that Google search, house long to die in the cold, at 2:27:40 a.m. instead of 6:23 a.m.? Do you understand the significance of that?
Of course.
Sustained.
He said yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry? I said sustained.
Oh, thank you. I didn't hear that.
Jurors, strike any answer that may have come.
What do you understand to be the significance of the dispute over 2:27:40 timestamp?
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffin, with regard to the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, have you looked at any forensic tools to answer that question other than Celebrite tools and your tool, Ardex?
I've used Axiom as well.
So you used Axiom, And so did you therefore see that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp still appeared?
Yes.
Did you discuss that with the jury yesterday, that you analyzed the Axiom program and that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp still appears?
I didn't. No,
You did not.
I did not.
Could we please, with the court's permission, put the PowerPoint presentation back up and go to deck 26? Mr. Whiffin, does an iPhone discriminate between whether it's in a car, a bus, a bicycle, or walking?
It can, but I don't have the research on that.
Right. So as you sit here today, you can't say that an iPhone can tell the difference between a car, bus, bicycle, or walking, correct?
The iPhone can, but I don't. Well, I haven't researched that data fully enough to understand it forensically.
So you
I can't, but the phone can.
Does an iPhone merely register movement? Let me rephrase that. Does an iPhone register movement?
It does.
Do you recall yesterday discussing movement at a speed of about 1.4 miles per hour at 12:24:37 a.m. on
Yes.
January 29th, 2022?
I do.
A person walking at a normal to even a slow pace can walk at approximately 1.4 miles per hour. Is that correct?
It sounds reasonable.
And does it sound reasonable that a normal speed of walking is between 2 and 4 miles per hour?
Reasonable.
Switching topics, Your Honor, if I can have a moment. You can take that. Okay, thank you. When you were examining Jennifer McCabe's phone, you used an operating system called iOS 14, correct?
That's one of the versions of iOS I used, yes.
That was one of the versions.
Yes.
Do you understand that Jen McCabe's phone was actually using iOS version 15?
Yes, I do. 15.2.1.
15.2?
2.1.
Thank you. And do you recall saying, with regard to iOS 15.1, etc., that the iOS operating system, your words, had fundamentally changed, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to, we're back to Jen McCabe's phone, we're back to 22740, the issue of deletions, you stated yesterday that deletion occurred after January 31 of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't determine how that deletion occurred with certainty, correct?
Correct.
And you gave 3 possibilities that you analyzed, correct?
3 or 4, yes.
3 or 4. And one of them was deleted by user, correct?
Correct.
Another one was that the search occurred but never loaded.
That would be the reason that there was no data found in the history.db file.
But that was another of the 3 or 4 reasons, correct?
That wouldn't cause the deletion of the record
Right,
necessarily.
Right. And then you discussed those possibilities, but you can't state with certainty how that deletion occurred, can you?
Correct.
You have doubts about how it occurred, is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occurred, but I can't prove it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it, so my idea is unsubstantiated.
So is it fair to say you have some doubts
Yes.
about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable
Yes.
under the circumstances?
Yes.
Your Honor, that is the extent of my questions of the witness at this time.
Mr. Brennan?
Thank you.
No.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As a forensic analyst, do you study data?
I do.
Do you consider it a science?
I do.
Are you a criminal investigator like a police officer in your present role?
Not anymore.
Are you a detective in your present role helping aid one side or another in an investigation?
I'm not, no.
At some point, you and I spoke about reviewing phones.
We did.
You had begun your whole process in some of this work before you had met me.
Correct.
And I'd asked you to look at Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Did I ever tell you what you should look for?
No.
Did I ever tell you what I wanted to see or what I wanted the results to be?
No.
Did I ever share with you parts of the investigation that had nothing to do with your actual data analysis?
No.
Would it be inappropriate or not helpful for an advocate to provide you information that might taint or influence your thinking when you're looking at data in a case?
Objection, Your Honor.
100% it would be problematic.
When I asked you to look at data in this case, did I ever express any opinion whatsoever that I cared one way or another what your results would find?
No.
Did I ever attempt to shape or influence your process by offering you information that had nothing to do with your assessment of data?
No.
And so as a scientist, what a legal investigator or an advocate for either side thinks, is that relevant to you?
No.
The data is the data?
The data is the data. I can explain my opinions on the data.
The science is the science?
The science is the science.
That's sustained. Watch the form.
Now, counsel
he just
showed
going
you
the
some
same
parts of
argument
your report
yesterday?
regarding John O'Keefe's cell phone, didn't he?
Yes.
You saw select pages from that report,
Correct.
a few pages you were asked about,
Yes.
but you wrote an entire report, didn't you?
I did.
And do you think that your entire report puts into perspective some of those select pages that you were shown?
How many
Definitely.
conversations
John,
did you
moved to
have
introduce Mr. Whiffin's entire report.
with Mr. Brennan about this report? How many calls? How many phone calls did you have whilst Mr. Brennan was retaining you? Did you, well, surely you had more than 40. And you couldn't have just talked about Celebrate for that entire time. Otherwise, that's you've got a relationship there. That's Did you shake his hand? Because look out, you'll be accused of all sorts. Yeah. The thing is, it's not the witness that's manipulating the testimony. It's the attorney and the way he phrases an open-ended directional question, leading. But he does it so fucking well. No one sees it. Mhm. Come on, surely it's got to be nearly lunchtime. Mm. Mm. No, still half an hour. Mhm. Let's see now.
Do you still have your report with you, Mr. Whiffin?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Let's start with questions that counsel asked you about the battery. When you were trying to determine how the battery worked, you shared with the jury that you did certain testing.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that testing?
To make sure that the battery temperature sensor would be affected by environmental temperatures, such as being in the freezer, such as being outside, being brought back indoors, and to make sure that the fall and rise of the temperature sensor, at least the pattern would match the expected pattern and would match the thermometer that was alongside it.
When you put the batteries or the phone in the freezers, did it matter what the temperature of the freezer was when you put it in it?
I didn't believe it did.
What was the purpose again of putting it in the freezer?
Just to remove the device from the warm environment, which was outside of the freezer, placing it inside the cold environment of the freezer and just seeing how the temperature dropped.
As you mentioned, you look at data through science, correct?
Correct.
And so did anybody ever share with you the important points of the decrease in temperature of the cell phone battery to try to influence your results?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, could you
Did
rephrase?
anybody try to tell you important points of the evening on January 29th, 2022 in an attempt to influence your studies on the fact that a battery or a phone, when it gets colder, the battery temperature decreases?
No.
So when you developed the graph of the battery temperature and you follow the progress of that temperature declining through the night, was there any other scope or focus of yours other than to simply track the data?
Just tracking the data.
Similarly, when you looked at healthcare data, were you asked to try to see if the healthcare data could fit a certain theory or argument?
No, I was not.
You were looking at the healthcare data, were you looking at it independently?
I was.
Now, it's not your opinion, or you're not taking a position what the meaning of that data matching up is, are you?
No.
No one's actually given an opinion about the coordination of data, have they?
No.
So if the data just coordinates on its own, that has nothing to do with your opinion.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm sustaining it as
You mentioned when you put a cell phone in a colder environment, like a freezer, you noted that the temperature goes down.
Correct.
Do your studies also show that when the cell phone is taken out of a certain temperature and put in an increased temperature, the cell phone battery temperature goes up?
It does.
Do you have available for the screen the battery graph that we had on your PowerPoint?
I do. 2 seconds.
If you could go back one to where it's just the chart, please. And if you can enlarge it, we'll start near the top.
2 seconds.
Okay. At 12:20:43 on January 28, 2023, the battery temperature is 77 degrees.
I'm sorry, that's 8:43 p.m.
That's
All right.
8:43 p.m.?
Yes, the first record.
77 degrees?
Yes.
And if we look down to the last box on January 28, 2023,
Yes.
so at 23:28, that's 12:23:28?
Objection, Your Honor. Will you approach, please?
Twenty-four 34,
5.2 miles per hour.
24 35,
3.5 miles per hour.
24 36,
3.2 miles per hour.
24 37,
1.4 miles per hour.
and 24 38.
0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second.
And at 24 38, that phone is stopped near the flagpole?
I would say so, yes.
then the location data gets more broad.
It does.
There is no movement at that time after the car stops. Is there any movement when the car stops at 2438, between 2438 and 2430? Is there any movement indicated on the healthcare data?
Not from the health data, no.
At 12:31:57, does the phone demonstrate any movement?
If I may just look back at my report,
course,
just
please.
to recall. What time was that, sorry?
12:31:57.
Yes, around 12:31, 56 or 57 is the start of the health event, 36 steps.
How long? How many seconds does that phone move for?
It was about 13 seconds or
20 seconds.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Correct.
Okay. And is that the only time that the phone moves from the point it stops at the flagpole until the next morning?
Correct.
The only time.
Correct.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Yes.
And when that phone moves, you can't tell if it's walking a straight line or in a circle.
Correct.
You don't know if the phone is pacing back and forth.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Can you tell how far a phone moves from its origin, from its original point when you're counting steps?
No, iOS creates the calculation, number of steps times the person's gait, and provides the 25.4 meters value.
At 12:32:16, when that phone stops moving, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving, do you know the next time it moves again?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
It's approximately 6:15.
Now, less than 5 minutes later, 12:37, that battery in that cell phone gets another temperature reading, doesn't it?
It does.
Does it go up?
It goes down.
And it goes down to what degrees?
72 degrees.
And over the next 8 minutes, does that temperature even or go up?
At 43 minutes past, there was another reading of 66 Fahrenheit.
And then at 12:53, that's about 21 minutes or so after that phone stops moving. What's the temperature?
I'm sorry, at 12:53?
Yes.
Oh, 61 Fahrenheit.
61 degrees.
Yes.
And over the next 14 minutes, does it drop again?
It does. It drops to 55 degrees at 1:07.
And at 1:36 a.m. that morning,
It's down to 50 degrees.
and this health data shows that that phone hasn't moved. Does this healthcare data show that this phone hasn't moved since
There's
12:32:16?
no more steps were recorded.
Now, you had studies where you put the phone in a freezer.
Correct.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in anything?
I didn't know.
Did you use any type of heat source that would slow down the process of the temperature dropping?
was the battery warm?
Let me ask you a hypothetical. If a person, a human, was lying prone on a cell phone outside and had a body temperature directly touching the phone, in your opinion, could that slow the process of the temperature decreasing as
course.
compared to just simply putting a phone in a freezer?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in any warmth?
No.
Any clothing?
Nothing at all.
Now, you don't know the temperature, but you said there was a blizzard outside?
That's my understanding, yes.
At 6:06 a.m., is there a change in the battery temperature of John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, the temperature has dropped to 43 degrees Fahrenheit.
So there's a 7-degree drop in temperature at 6:06.
Correct.
Were you shared any of the facts or information that has nothing to do with data and science? Were you shared any facts or information about what may have occurred to that cell phone and
Are
its
you
exposure to
sure
polar
you didn't
air
have any phone
that morning,
conversations
minutes
with
prior to
Mr. Brennan?
6:06 a.m.?
I may have heard around that time is when John was found. But,
So could you answer the question, yes or no, that Mr. Brennan asked you? Did anybody share information with you about that, sir?
nobody shared it with me, no.
If the phone was in an environment and it was exposed to further colder air or drop in temperature, could it register a reading?
I'm sorry, can you just ask that again?
Sure. Let me ask a different question. The phone drops to 43 degrees, John's phone at 6:06. 6:14, is there another change with this phone dropping in temperature?
Yes, it drops to 37 Fahrenheit.
Do you know what, if anything, happened as far as the environment that phone was exposed to seconds before 6:14?
I don't know.
Do you know if that phone at 6:15:01 was then placed in a warmer environment like a pocket or a car? Do you know?
I have no idea.
But your data shows at 6:35 there's an increase in temperature,
Correct.
doesn't it?
It does.
So at 6:14 you don't know if there's been any increased exposure, do you?
No, I know that according to the battery temperature, it's increased, but I don't know the reason for that.
Now, if you look at the battery temperature at 6:06 a.m., it's 43 degrees.
Yes.
That's a change in temperature, isn't it? Is that a change in temperature from 136?
It is.
Looking at your healthcare data, is there something happening relative to the phone at 6:04 to 6:11?
Yeah, Terry Reid picks it up. Oh, he's having chest compressions.
That is 432 steps were recorded at that time.
Can a phone record steps if it's being moved back and forth?
It may record some.
Yeah.
It's difficult to say how many would be misunderstood as being steps taken.
If you're shaking an object that moves the phone violently, could it record steps?
Spit it out,
Again,
Brad. We know where you're going.
potentially it could record some, but it's not a consistent enough pattern of movement for it to be recorded as lots of steps.
Now at 6:14, the temperature is 37 degrees, and you just offered us that by 6:35, over the next 21 minutes, the degrees goes up by 6 degrees.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening with that phone at 6:15:01, do you?
I don't.
Hello, do you know?
I don't know. No.
Next question.
But what you do know is this healthcare data at 6:15:14,
Correct.
and that demonstrates what?
At 6:15:14 was the start of 180 steps.
So the phone at 6:15:14 is again moving.
Correct.
And after that starts moving wherever the phone may go, it starts getting warmer temperature.
Correct.
Now you shared with us location data, and you explained the difference between Waze and other types of location data. I'd ask you an opinion about where the phone was located based just on location data, nothing else. And when I asked you that opinion, I didn't ask you to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did I?
I don't recall.
I asked you if it was consistent with being near the flagpole the entire night.
Sustained.
Based on location data alone, are you offering an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty where that phone was?
It's difficult to say with a reasonable degree of certainty based on the randomness of the location data.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, Mr. Whiffin. Could we turn the AC off, please? Thank you.
No, it's difficult to give an answer based to a high degree of scientific certainty based on the sporadic nature of the records that night.
Based on the data you have, just on location data alone, is that location data consistent with that phone being near the flagpole area from midnight until 6:15 the next morning?
It is, yes.
There's also information because the broadness that it could have been somewhere else.
Correct.
Yet it is consistent.
It is.
You didn't just rely on location data for your opinion, though.
I didn't know.
Watch the form, Mr. Brennan.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Did you rely just on location data for your opinion?
No, I did not.
Did you also consider the health data?
I did.
And did you also consider the battery temperature?
Sustained.
In addition to location data, what are the other things you considered, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that that phone was at the flagpole the entire night from 12:30 until 6 the next morning?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
It was based on the location data that recorded high accuracy, based on the health data that showed when the device moved and how far, based on the battery temperature information, and based on the Doppler face detection information.
Let me ask you some more questions about the health data. You were shown pieces of information on examination. You told us that health data, well, the phone was it your opinion the phone was in the car until it stopped at the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, does the data show that is the time that the phone was moving?
At what time, sorry?
12:31:56, 12:32:16.
I'm sorry, the rest of the question was?
Does that demonstrate movement of the phone at that time?
Yes, it did.
You shared that you can't tell the direction or the distance of steps.
Objection, Your Honor.
If,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, please.
Pardon me.
If that phone moved from the flagpole in a straight line away from the flagpole, like for example, towards the house, wouldn't it have to move again before 6:04 to get back to the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
I would presume so.
All right, you asking me to strike that, Mr.
Yes, Your
Leslie?
Honor.
I'm going to strike that.
Does health data register when a phone moves?
It does.
I'll ask you some more detailed questions about your research into a phone that's been attributed to Jennifer McCabe. You looked at one piece of your report on the screen, and that was a phone call register.
Yes.
Could you turn to that phone call register, please?
What are we doing with the slide that's up there, Mr. Brennan?
I would like to change it to the phone call register if possible.
Oh, it's not me.
I believe it's Exhibit 42. Do you have the report that you could put on the screen regarding
Oh, I
the
don't
phone call
have.
register?
I don't have this one that was shared as
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
This is now marked as Exhibit 42. In the phone call register, you noted that there was a call at 12:14:36.
Yes.
Have you found it? Is that you?
This is not me. No.
I think it's Ms. Gilman.
Thank you, Ms. Gill. Could you enlarge that, please?
Which portion of it?
Up the top part. The first 4 or 5 calls. Thank you.
And we need it larger, Ms. Gilman, please. All right, that's better. Thank you.
On examination, you read that at 12:14:36, there was a phone call incoming
Yes.
that appeared to be from Jennifer McCabe.
Correct.
At 12:14:36, the location information is the John O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview by that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the question, is it?
Yes, is it?
No.
And then at 12:18:47, there's another call, and again from Jen McCabe.
That's an outgoing call to Jen McCabe.
It's an outgoing call to Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
12:18:47, the location information, does that place Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview?
No, it does not.
Then at 12:29:44, there's an 8-second call that you said you believe is answered. Do you know if there was any conversation in that call?
No way to know if there's any conversation.
And at 12:29:44, does the location information place John O'Keefe's cell phone somewhere
It does at Fairview Road.
at the flagpole?
Yes.
Your Honor.
I'll strike that.
Now, there is not a call. Well, let me ask you the next call. What time is the next call?
33 minutes and 35 seconds after midnight.
And who's that call from?
From Karen Reed.
Is that before or after John O'Keefe's health data stops?
After.
At 12:37, you offered us that the cell phone battery's temperature is decreasing.
Yes.
How many calls have been made from the defendant to John O'Keefe by the time that cell phone battery starts dropping in temperature?
7.
I want to turn now to some questions about your analysis of Ms. McCabe's phone. You were asked about hash values, a way of trying to confirm the integrity of the data on a extraction.
Yes.
When forensic analysts look at phones, do you sometimes get to actually see the phone?
Yes.
Do you sometimes have to use an extraction, a copy of the phone?
Yes.
Is it important to try to look and research or search the item to determine whether or not there's been any tampering?
Yes.
You were asked if hash values is one way to do that.
I was.
And you were shown or read part of your report about hash values.
Yes.
There's a second part to that, isn't there?
There is.
You didn't get a chance to share the second part, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In this case, there was a hash value, wasn't there?
There was.
Now, just so we can understand simply, how is a hash value created during the extraction process? What does that mean in very, very simple terms?
Yep. At the end of the extraction, an algorithm is run on every piece of, every byte of data within the extraction, and it comes out with a value at the end. The idea is that if any of that data ever changes, be it through user interaction or through corruption of data in how it was stored, then that value will change at the end.
You mentioned Gray Key. Is that a software, hardware that makes the copy of the phone?
It's a piece of hardware and includes software.
How commonly is Gray Key used in the industry?
It's very common.
Did I hear you say that with Gray Key, the hash value is never authenticated?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to fall.
Does Gray Key authenticate the hash value?
The hash value is placed inside a PDF, which is not signed.
And is that common or typical in the industry?
That is the way that Gray Key do it.
Was there anything anomaly or untoward or different about the way this one was done?
No.
Did the hash value from the Gray Key extraction match the hash value?
It did.
Anything irregular whatsoever about it?
No, not that I can see.
Now, you don't just read software programs when they spit out reports, do you?
No.
As an analyst, as one of the leaders of Celebrite, do you have a history of being a researcher?
Yes, I do.
A history of study?
Yes.
Have you written reports and papers for people to learn?
Why didn't he ask?
I've written multiple blogs, done multiple presentations, webinars. Some of my blog posts have become peer-reviewed articles.
Okay. Is it sufficient to simply look at a report that is generated by Celebrite or Axiom or any other service and make conclusions just on the report?
I don't believe it is, no.
Why do you think that's imprudent?
Sorry?
Why do you think that is not prudent to simply rely on a report?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow him to answer.
The tools are very good at surfacing data, but I believe it's up to the examiner to understand what that data means and to provide context to the information which the tool itself can't give.
And when you were considering the hash value and determining whether or not you thought there was anything wrong with the data, aside from the hash value, how do you do that?
How do I do
How
what?
do you make a determination whether or not this has integrity, the data hasn't been tampered with, so to speak?
Okay. So notwithstanding the hash value, I'd be looking for issues with the data that don't make sense. In this particular case, there was lots of data points that all appeared to work together. Like you would see one artifact change in one database and an artifact would change somewhere else. And it all just made perfect sense in how it was functioning. That kind of leads you to believe that it's not been tampered with, or the person tampering with it did an exceptional job to be able to cover all of these different tracks and make it undetectable.
Did you try to summarize that perspective in the part of the report that wasn't read to you on examination?
I did.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if there was any data integrity issues in the information you reviewed?
I don't believe there was any.
What if you analyze the Sally Port video?
It was characterized on examination. There was a dispute about the time origin of the search, how long to die in cold. Do you remember being asked the question about a dispute?
Yes.
Have you, in your studies and in your position, is there any viable dispute in the forensic data scientific community about that issue?
I don't believe there is anymore.
Now, you got involved in this case because you received a complaint from a consumer.
I received a question from a consumer, yes.
And you attempted to resolve that?
Correct.
Sustained is deferred.
Other than that source, have you received any information, feedback, opinions that would make this issue in any way a dispute?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Other than that one person, that one consumer, have you received any information in the forensic community which you're part of?
Oh.
Any data, any information that would suggest that your conclusions are in dispute?
Yeah, I received a very similar question from an examiner in Europe. Fairly similar circumstances with a case and with a timestamp that didn't make sense, that was originating from the same database. I applied the same logic and theory to his question, and he confirmed it solved the issue for him. It all made sense then.
And since then, has in your world, academic and research world, forensic data science, other than the person who originally raised the question, has there been any dispute brought to you by anybody about your conclusions about when the search actually happened?
No. If anything, I've heard people who have confirmed the research that I did.
Do you know Jessica Hyde?
I do.
Is she well known in the forensic community?
She is.
You were asked questions about your law enforcement background and the fact that Celebrite is used as a forensic tool, oftentimes by law enforcement.
Yes.
Did you go into your company's software and change it to accommodate law enforcement?
No, definitely not.
Would you ever do such a thing?
No.
Why wouldn't you do something like that?
Aside from being unethical to change the data in that way, this is an artifact that is easily validated by any examiner. And if I was to tamper it for the purposes of changing the outcome of the case, it would be detected by all of our customers immediately and would destroy the reputation of Celebrite, which I've got no intention of doing.
Before a prior proceeding, the printout from the software, when it was showing the timestamp of the Safari search, was it labeled something in particular before?
The Celebrite search
Yeah.
was labeled last visited time.
Last what?
Last visited time.
And when it was labeled last visited time, did it show 227 on the report?
It did.
Celebrite, after research and consideration, removed that label?
We removed the timestamp when we determined that it was not relevant to the last time that page was visited.
Why was it important to remove that timestamp from the program and the software?
It was clearly causing confusion.
Does the company have concerns when consumers are confused about information?
Of course, yes.
Do companies have concerns if a consumer tries to manipulate the use of that information?
Of course.
Are companies concerned that a label could be misleading for somebody who may not have a higher level of experience?
Yes.
When that decision was made to change that for clarification, do you make that solely by yourself?
No, I did not.
Who do you consult with and who's part of that decision process?
So again, after my research, I passed the results of my research to the forensic research group. This is a team based at Celebrite whose sole job is to do the research, do the coding to make sure that what we're giving to customers is correct. They spent some time validating the research that I did, verifying that my research was correct, and then they were responsible for making the change based on the updated research.
It was suggested that a separate software program, not the company you work for, Celebrite, but Axiom, reflects this search as deleted. That's not entirely accurate, is it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is deferred.
Running an Axiom program, would it reflect this search as deleted?
Yes, and it is a deleted search.
Does it have a label on it?
It does.
Is that carved?
Yes, it would be.
Now, are you familiar with the Axiom artifact reference guide when it talks about the dangers of relying on the timestamp?
I'm not familiar with it referencing dangers, but I'm aware of the document.
Are you aware of the reference guide when it talks about Safari suspended state tabs?
Yes.
And offers that since these are local tab states, results from this artifact may contain an earlier date and time compared to the results in the Safari history artifact if iCloud Safari synchronization?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are you aware of the reference guide?
I am.
Are you aware that it cautions that a timestamp can be misinterpreted?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sir, when you came to your opinion that the search for how long to die in the cold at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning of January 29, 2022, was the time that they were actually inputted, not 2:27. In forming your opinion, did you consider both Celebrite and Axiom software?
I did.
Did you consider other tools as well?
Yes, my own.
And tell us a little bit about your own tool.
Again, this is a tool I've been writing for approximately 5 or 6 years now. Partially for fun, partially for research purposes. And it's a tool I make available to other examiners globally.
And sir, when you were trying to examine these searches that in your opinion were 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., did you ever try to test it yourself and actually take a phone so you could either prove or disprove to yourself that that earlier timestamp didn't mean it was the time that it was searched?
Oh, definitely. Yes, that's the kind of thing I do all the time when verifying artifacts.
And in your opinion, is that helpful in understanding how a timestamp earlier could relate to a later search?
Exactly, very helpful.
Would you be willing to do a live demonstration for us on the screen and show us how that works?
Yes.
Okay. How long would that take?
Probably about 5 minutes.
Could you show us?
Of course.
Okay.
I need an adjective that rhymes with hanker. Oops, you know. Hands are freezing. Right, sci-fi. Then save as new, and then I make it the censored version. Yeah. Then you got the option. You want to hit a potty? You hit a potty. You know why I hit a potty? You know hit a potty. PG version of Arca Vordia. That's only fair. Come on, it's lunchtime. Surely. Okay, so one good, one bad. Yeah, I can do that.
Like a good place to take our lunch and recess.
Okay.
45 minutes. Okay. Mr. Whiffin, I'm going to ask you to read the report, okay? The rest of us are in recess.
Please rise to the jury. Please no fix on the chairs. Thank you.
5. Didn't I save that? Should I save that? Sure. All right, so we shall be back in 1 hour. I'm checking. She normally says. Ooh. How's that? Oh, it's outside the clock. Mute. All right. I will be back. Get yourself something to eat. Go and have a stretch. Nice warm drink or a cold one if you're in Florida. Go and pay some bills, do some online shopping, whatever floats your boat. And we shall resume second half. Yeah. See you then.
Oh, my name is Joey. I plead not guilty to this deed. We were just drinking at the bar. They think I hit you with my car, though I don't really know how, without me damaging the plow. So we found you in the snow. How you got there, I don't know.
Location of a phone can change depending on what information the phone is receiving.
I'm sorry.
Yep. I'll try
Rephrase.
again. You've shown us a number of graphs and exhibits
Yes.
that show different circles. Some might be smaller, some might be larger than others.
Yes.
And you shared with us that location information is being received from a number of different sources.
Yes.
Can you remind us again what can affect that location data as far as receiving some high accuracy, mid, and low level? What could affect the receipt of that information?
So primarily, the requesting application defines how accurate it needs the data. iOS location services then determines the best technology to use in order to work out that location. And it can use GPS information for the most accurate. It can use Wi-Fi cell sighting, so it understands the Wi-Fi networks that it can detect close by, and it knows where those networks are. And from that, it can derive where it itself is. Similar idea with both Bluetooth beacons and with cell tower technology. It understands where the cell towers are, it understands where the Bluetooth beacons are, and if it can see those particular cell towers or beacons, it knows roughly where itself must be.
You share with us there are some factors that can affect that location data,
Yes.
in addition to being in a building like a house or a business. That's one way it can be affected.
It is.
And there are other ways as well, isn't there?
There are.
And could you share again the other ways that location information could change?
Yeah, the weather can play an effect on it. The geography of the area, whether it's in a rural or urban environment, other kinds of interference. If there are other items close by that are emitting electrical interference, it could affect the location data as well.
How about a body being on the phone? Could that affect location data?
Objection, Your Honor.